Welcome to a show. Welcome to another show. It's for Johnny show. I'm just going to play some shows in the background. Wonder what's going on here.
Good afternoon, welcome to the show.
Welcome to another day. I don't know what I'm going to do today, but could be doing something really to be over for a walk, but it looks a bit wet outside. It's a mild day today, very mild, UK. Feeling really good today, really positive. Let's see if we can find something on LBC. Greetings, welcome to another day. Welcome. Standing up at the moment.
Parties to de-escalate after a US airstrike killed Iran's top general. Mr. Raab said further conflict is in none of our interests. Stay with LBC for the very latest. The LBC markets report a short time ago the FTSE 100 was down 30 points at 75.73 and the pound buys $1.30 and euro 17. LBC weather, rain clearing the east and southeast by early afternoon. Elsewhere mostly dry with plenty of sunny spells, some blustery showers in Scotland and a high of 10 degrees. From Global Newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway. We've all had the opportunity, like career when you've never even worn a pair of sneakers before. Or that legendary Christmas when you tried to cook a turkey in the microwave. Well, forget about face planting in the snow or wrestling with poultry. How about trying something new? Like treating yourself to a brand new set from our greatest ever range. Because before the 31st of January, you'll get a whopping £1,000 off the perfect model for you. Now that's got to be a great idea. The UK to download your voucher.
Register the download voucher online. Orders until 31st of January 2020. Registered from 1st of January 2020. UK 18 plus exclusive electric and trackers 0% off. Retail sales of new cars participating dealers only. Cannot be used with any other voucher. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James and Brian. 3 minutes after 10 is the time. A very good morning indeed to you. And, well, very scary events unfolding overnight, although I think it's very important to admit ignorance when ignorance is part of your own personal problem. It seems from most cursory readings of the situation that the assassination of the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, let's get this nomenclature correct, will not leave many sensible people mourning. But just to give you an illustration, and I make no apology for beginning at the very bottom, if you were to say to the average punter something along the lines of, are we for or against ISIS, right? Then whether American or European or almost everywhere really, you would say we are against ISIS. And then this...
Hello.
Hiya, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Jacqueline Isaac. I am one of the accounts managers. I'm calling you from the business contracts team at On Power Energy. Are you okay?
I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just a quick call in connection with some up-to-date meter readings that I've had submitted over for 230. Is it North Holt Road in Harrow?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not talking to you because I don't know who you are.
Sorry, sir.
Well, you're calling me. I'm not giving out my personal details to someone.
No, I don't need anything from yourself, sir. I've received some up-to-date meter readings.
Okay.
It's for 230 North Holt Road
Right.
in Harrow.
Right.
I believe the electricity meter was read between 2 and 3 weeks ago.
All right.
I've also received a change of name
Okay.
that's come through as well. There's food store, snacks and drinks for
All right.
yourself.
That's not me.
Right. Are you not nothing to do with 230 North Holt Road?
I am, but I'm not snacks and drinks. There's a few properties on that address. There's flats and shops. There's about 3 shops, and I'm not actually that snacks and drinks. I've got nothing to do with that.
And you're not responsible for your own electricity bill, and it's still.
Well, I pay by a key. I pay by a key.
Oh gosh, right. They sent me to a totally wrong account then, haven't
No,
they?
you must have. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they must have, my lovely. What I'll do is I'll get back to the provider now.
Okay.
I do apologise for the inconvenience.
That's all right. That's all right. No worries. No worries. No worries.
Take care, my darling.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Albeit one with terrorist connections, it's very, very different from, in the terms of geopolitics, it's very different from the assassination of a terrorist. And there it goes. I'll have a statement for you from Dominic Raab in a moment, our Foreign Secretary. I'm hoping, as I'm sure you are, that his statement doesn't involve revealing that he's only recently realised how important Iran is to the geopolitical structure of the entire Middle East. But the question that we're left with is, what happens next? And that is where the experts are, perhaps providing
Today was an exciting
cause for concern.
We're just standing up because it doesn't look very good out there. Standing up in here or out there makes no difference. We're just standing up in here.
Machine. Dominic Raab has just issued a statement urging all parties, all sides, to de-escalate. I can't quite see what Donald Trump's motivation would be, except to hope for an escalation. But I stress again, I know nothing, or next to nothing, and like an awful lot of people, I've been on something of a crash course this morning. So let's talk to people who do know what they're talking about. 0345 6060973. If you have family or history in the region, if you can help us understand why the old adage about my enemy's enemy being my friend is categorically not true in this case, and if you can perhaps assuage some of the widespread fears about what might happen next, then I would love to hear from you this morning. 0345 6060973 is the number that you need to get in touch with the programme. The US Department of Defense has explained that General Soleimani was actively developing plans to attack American diplomats and American military. The strike was therefore aimed at deterring future Iranian attack plans. You also, I think, have to bear in mind that the treaty that Barack Obama had signed with Iran was sort of summarily torn up by Donald Trump, and he also pledged, of course, not to get involved in Middle Eastern wars and to withdraw all American personnel from that part of the world. So it is absolutely, I suppose what I'm trying to say in a very roundabout way is that picking a side in a binary sense seems ridiculous. I think it's possible to be both mindful of the evil that was perpetrated by Qasem Soleimani, while also being deeply perturbed by the nature and the architect of his assassination. 9 minutes after 10 is the time. James Serene is the CEO of BICOM, an independent think tank dedicated to increasing the understanding of Israel and the Middle East and other parts of the world. And he joins me on the line now. Should people have seen this coming, James? I suppose is my first question.
Hi, morning, James. I think it was slightly out of the blue in the sense that a lot of the US allies in the region were actually quite alarmed at the lack of a US military response to what they saw as a lot of violent Iranian actions in the region over the last year or so. And they were alarmed that the US was actually not doing anything militarily, that it was doing all its activity to counter Iran by the use of economic muscle, sanctions and other such measures. We've seen a lot of things happen over the last year or so. We've seen attacks on Saudi oil facilities, attacks on shipping in the Gulf, attacks on ships in the Straits of Hormuz, which the Royal Navy was involved in trying to counter that. We had a British flag ship that was seized, and a lot of people criticising Trump, the US administration, for actually not deterring Iranian activity, and that Iran maybe felt it had kind of carte blanche to just carry on and carry on.
Is it wrong to see that escalation in that activity as a response to the sanctions, though? There's an element of chicken and eggs creeping into this conversation already.
Well, there is. I mean, I think you can take the long view as well. That essentially, Iran and the US have been at war for 41 years, and they had a true between 2015 and 2018 when the nuclear deal was signed and was in force. But yeah, I mean, I think that there has been a sort of ebb and flow in that, and Iran has been trying to counter the US sanctions. But really, where Soleimani comes in is he is basically the spearhead, the mastermind behind pretty much all violent Iranian action in the Middle East beyond Iran's border. So everything that's been happening, where you've had Iran sort of helping proxy militias.
Well, I think he'd flown into Baghdad from Lebanon, hadn't he? That was
exactly. I mean, he's a guy that basically he's the kind of terrorist mastermind, the military planner, the jet setter who basically pops up in Beirut, he pops up in Syria, he pops up in Iraq. And I think what happened just recently, if we can just break that down and look at what happened recently, is that you had an attack on a base where there were US personnel and a US contractor was killed. And this came after a number of incidents where missiles were fired by Shia militias that were sort of controlled, influenced by Iran. And many people say, the strings being pulled by Soleimani. Decisions like, okay, what are we going to do now? And Soleimani then pops up just afterwards in Baghdad, with the deputy leader of this organisation that fired that missile. And I suppose the US took that decision, so right, we've now got to act, and we're now going to take some kind of step to show Iran that we're in business.
Well, you say the US made this decision, but you're talking about a presidential decision without any congressional support, and of course without John Bolton whispering in his ear anymore either.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into the whole elements of how does Trump make decisions and why. I think there's definitely an element there of looking at the US history and the US psyche of what happened when the embassy compound was stormed in Baghdad. Let's look at what happened in Tehran. Definitely an element there of looking at the US history and the US psyche of what happened when the embassy compound was stormed in Baghdad. Let's look at what happened in Tehran when the US embassy was stormed in 1979. Hostages were taken. That's a massive part of sort of the US psyche around how they see the conflict with Iran. That's when it all started. Then you had the situation in Libya where you had US personnel that were killed. A lot of Republicans were critical of Obama for that. So when you had this kind of similar situation brewing, you can see why there might have been pressure on Trump to do something big, and he decided to do that and take out Soleimani.
And I mean, to return to the bigger picture, that 3-year hiatus in decades of conflict, either sort of covert or overt, can you explain the wisdom of tearing up that truth?
LBC,
or lack of wisdom?
Yeah, I think it's a very complicated deal about Iran's nuclear program. And essentially, what happened was in 2015, there's this deal that's signed that says, Iran, you have got to freeze your attempt to build a nuclear program and to have nuclear weapons. And that deal has been praised and it's been criticised. Praised because it was a successful kind of disarmament agreement that put the Iranian nuclear program on ice for a large number of years.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It kind of knew where they stood. But it was criticised because it only dealt with one of 3 very serious issues with Iran in the Middle East. Number 1 is the nuclear program. Number 2 is Iran's build-up of very dangerous ballistic missiles, which it exports around the region. And number 3 is the kind of activity that Soleimani was really deeply involved in, which is all its support for militias like Hezbollah, for Hamas, and Islamic Jihad in Gaza, for Houthis in Yemen, for others in Iraq and Syria. So the deal only dealt with the nuclear weapons, and some people say didn't deal with it properly to kick the can down the road. But Trump's rationale, when he said I'm withdrawing from it, was mainly actually about the second and third issues. He said I cannot carry on with this deal because I believe you are carrying on with these 2 and 3 very dangerous issues, missiles and support for proxy militias, which is causing the deaths of thousands of people across the Middle East. And that's why he said he did it.
And he also, of course, said that he would be de-escalating involvement in Middle Eastern conflicts, removing all troops from the region, and that ISIS was defeated. So we're going to have to review all 3 of those, are we?
Well, if we look at the way Trump acts, and it's actually, what's he done in this instance? Like, he's a drone strike. So US forces were not involved, and, he's carrying on.
I think it was announced yesterday that they were sending 2,000 troops back to the region.
Yeah, so they are saying some, and it sort of that also ebbs and flows. But his messaging is he does not want to get involved in a big long war, and everything he's done with Iran so far has been actually about trying to avoid an overt military conflict. And we know the story where they're
Just explain that a little further, if you would, Jess, because I mean, to launch you today, taking out the second most senior Iranian on the planet looks like something that's likely to escalate into a greater military confrontation rather than something that reduces the likelihood of that.
Yeah, that is true. In terms of what is happening now, and everyone is asking the question, says, right, what happens now and how will Iran respond? And does that mean that the US is going to go to war? And my personal view is, I do not believe that we're in a situation where there'll be a war. Iran doesn't want a war. The US doesn't want a war. It's a question of Iran calibrating its response and saying, well, you have done this very seriously.
And there it is. That is the $64 million question, isn't it? Because they can't do nothing. And whatever they seek to do has to, in some sense, harm Donald Trump or harm America. And that's how people begin to get a little bit worried or wary.
Well, let's look at a case study. So we've had a situation with Israel and Iran, where Iran is basically building up its personnel in Syria. Soleimani was behind a lot of this. They were building bases. They were sending precision-guided missiles into Lebanon. There was some very dangerous stuff going on. And in 2017, Israel decided they were going to launch a very large number of airstrikes against Iranian personnel and militias in Syria. That's been going on for 2+ years. And there have been very serious escalations in that. And each time people have said, well, we're going to have some kind of war now. And each time they have de-escalated. They've found a way to kind of keep fighting, but not to take the battle properly to sort of, Israeli cities or to Iranian soil. And there's been a kind of low-level war. And each time Iran has threatened, death and destruction, their actual response has actually been calibrated much, much lower. So you could have one scenario, you say what Iran actually does is going to be very different to what they say they're going to do right now. So, I don't think we're in a situation where I would say, well, there's going to be a rush to war, there's going to be forces. There are different ways around.
But again, this is your field of expertise, not mine, but a president-sanctioned assassination of the second most revered Iranian in their regime seems to me to be very different from the continuing exchanges between Israel and Iran. It just feels like even on a diplomatic level, it feels like a different beast entirely.
Yeah, that could be, the outcome of where this ends up. But
it just is. President Trump orders the assassination of I suppose, the Iranian Mike Pompeo or something like that.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. What of you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I just want to hear from you.
Let me turn the radio down.
Yeah, there's also the view of Soleimani.
I'm at work, yeah.
Okay, then when you close in the evening, we'll talk.
It's all right, you can talk now. I can talk anytime I want.
Did you say?
I work for myself, I'm self-employed.
Okay.
So what are you doing today? What are you doing today? Hello, what are you doing today?
I want to hear from you, that's all.
Okay.
I just want to hear from you, Yesterday, my director came all the way from Kaswa, Jakarta, city of Ghana.
Okay.
He told me that we have to start some project on the 15th, so that project when we start.
Yeah.
When we start that project, I'm going to send you every details of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you have to schedule some things with him. So if I'm done, I'll tell you. And I have to convert. You told me that you're selling some shares, £1.
Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore, but you can buy music if you want, or I'll give you money. I'll give you £1 for doing them videos for me.
Okay.
Have you got a bank account with a 6-digit sort code? You might need to open up an English bank account. I can only pay into a 6-digit sort code, but I'll pay you £1 straight away if you give me a bank account with a 6-digit sort code.
Okay.
I'll give you £1 straight away for that footage.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I'm teaching you how to do business. You got to start selling your films.
Okay.
You got to start making money, bruv. You got to start making money. I'll teach you. I'll show you how to do it.
Yeah.
I'll start by paying you, and then you can make films for other Westerners. You can make movies for Westerners. I'll organise it for you. Films. I'll make the films. You just make the footage.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Then I'll see what I can do, so that I'll try my best to see how we can negotiate.
Yeah, because I've got an editing program called Adobe Premiere.
Okay.
So I can edit film.
Okay.
But I can't edit a foreign language. So if you do it in English, it'll be all right.
Okay.
If you do the films in English, make the scenes very short. You've got to be able to email them to me.
Okay.
And then I'll edit the show.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right.
Then you buy for now. See what I will do, so that
I can always set you up with a program. I can get you Adobe. You can get Adobe Premiere if you want.
Hello, please, you said?
You can get Adobe Premiere if you want and do it yourself. You just need a computer. You need a computer or a laptop, a microphone, and a camera.
Now I need laptop
With a microphone and a camera. With a microphone and a camera.
I need laptop and a camera.
Yeah, but the laptop has a camera on it. The laptop has a camera built in.
Yeah. So if I get a laptop, everything will be okay.
And then you get Adobe Premiere.
Hello?
Then you get a program called Adobe Premiere. I'll text it to you.
Okay.
And then you can edit the films.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right.
And you buy, so if I go to the roadside and be buying airtime, so that I'll load it.
Get a laptop, and then I'll teach you how to get Adobe Premiere. You go online to get it, and you have to pay a monthly subscription.
Okay.
But what we'll do, I could edit your films first. I could edit your films first to help you make a film. And then when you've got some money coming in, then you can get Adobe Premiere. Costs me about £40 a month.
Okay. So I'll try my best. I'll be going to meet someone today, maybe late in the afternoon after that.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Okay. Then you buy for now.
All right.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Peaches, strawberry and charcoal, broccoli and chocolate. Not my best, that. But when I test blenders in the Witch Lab, it's not about flavour, it's about performance. Our tests use proper tough stuff, hard ice, strong veg, rough nuts. And the blenders that can hack it are the only ones we recommend for your kitchen. Witch tests harder, so you can buy smarter. Visit witch.co.uk. The Norwegian sale is now on. Fly to Europe from £29.90, North America from £134.90, or South America from £189.90. And with low fares to over 150 other destinations, the world has never been closer. Start your journey at Norwegian.com. All fares are one way from London Gatwick. Baggage fees apply. Travel periods vary by route. Visit our website for more details. Sale ends 13th of January.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And
I'm going to produce in a little while.
That's right.
I'll produce a track for Simon, so I'm certainly on the studio computer, getting ready to produce for Simon. It's my next job, but I haven't been to shops today, but it doesn't matter. I'm on my feet anyway.
New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
Have you ever bought an investment sold by a bank or financial advisor? Investments like stocks and shares, ISAs, investment bonds, and certain types of pension accounts.
It doesn't really matter, I'm on my feet anyway. It's nice, brilliant, comes through.
Text good to 60777 now. You don't need a claims management company to make a complaint, and if unsuccessful, you can refer it free to the Financial Ombudsman. James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
25 minutes after 10, and although our guest has provided some insights and illuminations, I still wouldn't deign to claim that you should pay the slightest heed to anything I've got to say about the assassination of the head of Iran's, you've got to remember what it's actually called as well. Qasem Soleimani has been assassinated at Donald Trump's orders, but you can't let your views of Donald Trump define your attitude to this. Just know more about the issue and more about the region. 10:26 is the time. Yasmin is in Croydon. Yasmin, what made you pick up the phone?
Hi, I'm a big fan of yours. So
very kind.
I wasn't really listening to you. And then my husband said, "Oh, LBC, Jacob Wright told me about it." Yes,
your husband, but carry on.
Yes, well, I was just in a state of shock, James. So possibly if I can't really speak properly. I'm ecstatic about the fact that they have Soleimani been killed by Trump's people. Really happy about it.
You're British Iranian.
I am British Iranian. Yes. I am Iranian. I would consider myself Iranian by birth.
Sure.
So I consider myself Iranian, even though I've been in exile in this country since 1984. I still consider Iran my country. I still listen to it all the time. BBC Persia, I always listen to it. So I usually wake up in the morning and I see the news and it's just really depressing because recently there's been so many people being killed. So the increase of the price of oil, price of petrol recently. And basically people just went out in the street and demonstrated and they were killed. We're talking about it. This is something that was not even covered in the British news, which is really upset about. But it wasn't really, there wasn't hardly any coverage about what was happening. The carnage that happened just only a month ago. Hundreds of people were killed by these. I call them vicious dogs. I call Soleimani a vicious dog because they are the vicious dogs. And they have taken over my country for the last 40 years. So I'm ecstatic and I'm so happy that finally this vicious dog has been killed, you're number one. So I'm really happy about that. I just wanted to share that with you.
Well, and I'm glad you have, because it was one of the first sort of wake-up calls for me as I tried to read into these issues this morning. And the journalist Oz Kataji, who I will be talking to later, points out at length that people will be celebrating this assassination throughout the Middle East. They took to the streets at 4 o'clock in the morning in Iraq, and you remind us that for an awful lot of Iranian exiles, and indeed for people still living under the yoke of this fundamentalist regime, this will be welcomed. And it's so hard. And I think I tried to encapsulate it best when I pointed out that I think it was Soleimani that went to Russia in 2015 and tried to persuade Putin to get involved in Syria. And so he's simultaneously, they fight ISIS, they are enemies of ISIS and enemies of America. So this slightly lazy habit we've fallen into in the West lately of thinking that everything is black and white binary couldn't be less true on a day like today.
No, the shades of grey, and I represent the shades of grey. And in fact, what is really covered here in the UK is, all right, the Ayatollah Khomeini and Soleimani. Well, I'm not one of them. They've taken my country away from me. They have for the last 40 years, and I have lived here for so long. And I want to go back, but I can't go back.
But this doesn't make the overthrow of Khamenei's regime any more likely, does it?
Definitely not. When there was an area for 7-year-old with millions of people that were killed between Iran and Iraq. And that was about before. That's how I ended up here, because they were active. Iraq prison at the time, he was just bombarding.
We can work on music at the same time. This is James O'Brien, or listening to the radio, or listening to whatever. We can work at the same time. Brilliant.
What do you call it? When you're in the,
we want a show and we can produce at the same time.
Limbo. I've been living in limbo, and hey, congratulations, you guys are
very good. Really enjoying myself.
Right, I mean,
my production.
Our limbo is not a matter of life and death. Your limbo, of course, arguably is, and I'm cracking on only to accommodate the news. And a quick comment from an American senator called Chris Murphy, who points out Soleimani was an enemy of the United States. That's not a question. The question is this: as reports suggest, did America just assassinate without any congressional authorization the second most powerful person in Iran, knowingly setting off a potential massive regional war? And that, of course, was the point I put to our guest from BICOM, James Serene, when he talked up the likelihood of a de-escalation and the parallel with Israel-Iran tensions and the hope, of course, that Iran won't rise to this bait. I wonder about that optimism the more I look at it. And this American senator here, mooting the possibility that there may have been a deliberate decision to set off a potentially massive regional war. We'll have a look at that after this. Holly Harris has the headlines.
The Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has urged all parties to de-escalate after a US airstrike killed Iran's top general. Iran's warned America to expect crushing revenge over the death of Qasem Soleimani, who was head of Tehran's elite Quds force. Australia's Navy is rescuing thousands of people stranded on beaches before conditions worsened at the weekend, spreading the devastating wildfires. At least 19 people have already been killed, and a state of disaster has been declared for the first time in Victoria. It's understood the Labour MP Jess Phillips is preparing to announce that she's standing for the party leadership. The Birmingham Yardley MP is preparing to launch her campaign later. The official process to replace Jeremy Corbyn will begin next week. LBC weather, rain clearing the east and southeast this afternoon. Elsewhere, mostly dry with plenty of sunny spells, some blustery showers in Scotland. A high of 10 degrees.
LBC.
When things around the house aren't going swimmingly, you'll find professional tradespeople who'll always come to the rescue at trustedtrader.com.
Looking for your perfect kitchen? Visit roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense. Global Player.
Radio, playlists, and podcasts.
Where it's all together and all for free.
Whatever your mood, whatever you're doing, and wherever you're going.
Global Player. Download it from your app store for free now. The deadline for filing your tax return is creeping closer, so it's time to do something about it. Make life easier with EY Tax Chat. Download the app today and connect with EY professionals to file your tax return with minimal effort and maximum confidence. There's no paper documents or complicated software. EY tax professionals prepare and submit your return from just £329. Search or download EY Tax Chat now to beat the 31st of January deadline.
We need to leave now. Mumsy, where's your other shoe? Some things in life are hard to find quickly. Your new boiler doesn't have to be one of them. With Swell Heating's online tool, find the perfect boiler from top manufacturers like Worcester Bosch in under 5 minutes. Visit swellheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Critics are calling The Gentleman genius, hilarious, ridiculously entertaining.
I was there and I'm still shocked.
He'll blow the doors off, says the list. 5 stars. Richie and Grant both doing their funniest work in years. Can't recommend this one enough. Laugh a minute with a blinder of a cast. Matthew McConaughey, Charlie Hunnam, Michelle Dockery, Henry Golding, with Colin Farrell and Hugh Grant. The lion's hungry. The Gentleman, in cinemas now.
The sound of a Halifax customer who used to worry she wasn't saving enough, but is now saving the change on every morning brew. Switch on Save the Change, and when you use your Halifax Visa debit card, we'll round up to the nearest pound and put the difference into your chosen Halifax savings account.
It's BT's best ever January sale. Why? Because our Superfast Fibre price has never ever been lower. Because you're getting seriously powerful Wi-Fi, and because our Smart Hub has a rich guest line. Superfast Fibre is now $24.99 a month for 24 months with a $19.99 setup fee. Less than you'd expect for broadband this powerful. Sale ends the 16th of January. That's broadband sorted. Search BT Broadband. CPI increase each March 2020. New customers is $29.99 per month over 24 months. $32.99 per month, 25 terms apply.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's 10:34. You're listening to James O'Brien. I would say and albeit that I am going to have the bar quite high on knowledge. Well, it's not that high. I just need to know more than I do. Yeah, all right. I think it's mildly high. Maybe this morning it's quite low. No more than I do about this particular issue. But the broad consensus, as far as I can tell, seems to welcome the assassination of the second most powerful man in Iran, General Qasem Soleimani. A lot of people, until today, myself included, would not have been aware of his significance, but I thought Yasmin, who lives essentially in exile or limbo, as she described it herself, since the so-called Islamic Revolution 40-odd years ago, to them, his name has an astonishing resonance. He is a sort of bogeyman par excellence, and the broad consensus seems to be that his removal from the world stage is to be welcomed. But you then have fears over why it has been done now, why it has been done by Donald Trump, and those fears will be exacerbated by the developing impeachment situation, and of course some reports or some rumours that there is more news to emerge in that field this week. And then I'll just play you this from 2011, because those of us who can occasionally turn off our disgust and disapproval about this man's background and history, and instead focus on a fascination with what actually makes him tick. I sometimes think that he is at his most honest when he is describing other people through the lens of his own self-knowledge. So what he does psychologically, and I've got even less qualifications in comment on psychology than I have on Middle Eastern geopolitics, but I'm sure when I describe this to you, you'll recognise it. He seems to have turned "I know you are, but what am I?" into a weapon. So whenever he is describing negatively other people, what he tends to do is describe himself. It works really, really well, of course, because it introduces a false equivalence. But have a listen to this from 2011 and then tell me that you're not slightly struck by it.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. We have a real problem in the White House. So I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected. Isn't it pathetic?
I don't know how you process that. You know, people change, although Donald Trump doesn't generally change. He just says black and white and then hoovers up the original support that entails. But that's right there, because this election year, essentially in America, so that doesn't that give you a slight chill? Even as most honest brokers queue up to approve of this assassination on a broader context, that the specifics are open to criticism and question. But well, listen to it again. And this is Donald Trump talking about Barack Obama. And obviously, we listen to it now with the benefit of 2020 hindsight after he has ordered the assassination of the second most powerful person in Iran in election year. Listen again.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. We have a real problem in the White House. So I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected. Isn't it pathetic?
Well, I don't know. If it was pathetic then I presume it would be pathetic now. But as I say, this is something of an education for me. 03456060973 is the number you need. Gihad is in Whitechapel. Gihad, what would you like to say?
Hi, first of all, I'm Kola, a really big fan of the show, and I'm really passionate about this topic.
Good.
Qasem Soleimani, it was right, absolutely right, and I wish to thank Donald Trump for this targeted killing. And the reason I say this, even though I am not a fan of Donald Trump, and we have this tendency to have this knee-jerk reaction where every time Trump is mentioned or America is mentioned, it's automatically a bad thing.
Or a good thing. I mean, the knee-jerk goes both ways, I think. It's all about focusing on what has happened, not who has done it. So you judge the action, not the agent. And we're all in danger, I think, of lining up on one side or the other. But today, I think we're avoiding that temptation.
Yes. I think if you you ask the actual, Arabs who are the main victims of Qasem Soleimani in Syria, in Iraq, Lebanon, and elsewhere, they will tell you in their millions how much they are grateful for getting rid of this monster. In Syria, for example, he broke the back of Syria. He broke Syria. Hundreds of thousands were killed because of this man. So hospitals were targeted in Syria. I don't need to. We all know what's happening in Syria. In Iraq, sectarianism.
Freed up like this.
I know that the Iraq war was the initial trigger, but he exasperated that. So the problem with Qasem Soleimani is you're dealing with an absolute monster who is, in my opinion, worse than ISIS. Because I don't want to, it's not a competition here who's worse. But in my
it kind of is, actually. I know. I mean, I appreciate your maturity in attempting to avoid that, haven't you? But it actually is, because if you were to find that
Qasem Soleimani killed 100,000 somewhat Syrian. The Daesh leader killed tens of thousands. So you want to put it there. People in the left will, of course, not you yourself, but others may mourn the fact that they automatically will side with America's enemies, but in the last 7 years, Iran has killed more Syrians than
I mean, to put it even spin on what you say, Syria has killed more Syrians than anybody else.
Of course.
That's the messy thing, and that's why I think
we are living in a time where the anti-imperialists are worse than the imperialists.
Oh, hang on. You've been we've already got. What was next? Because I think you were on hold when I got in 2011. A lot of people reporting that it sent shivers down their spine. What was your reaction to it? Because I don't know even if we should do this, but I'm inviting you to separate your welcome of the removal of this man from the world stage, but you can't do that in isolation. You have to look at the broader context. You have to look at the bigger picture. And when I play you a clip from 2011, in which Donald Trump describes how a desperate American president could increase his chances of being re-elected by attacking Iran on the day that he's attacked Iran, does that give you any pause at all?
I think it's wrong. Trump did not do this for the right reasons. He did this for whatever his reasons are. I separate the goodness of the action, if you will. And
yes, or your approval of the action.
The approval of my action, my relief that such a monster is possible. Like when Trump ordered the killing of ISIS, the ISIS leader, I was very happy. But it doesn't mean I like Donald Trump.
Yes.
So that's one aspect. The other thing, I think Iran has to respond. It will have to respond.
This is when things get very worrying.
But they are also overstretched in Syria and in Iraq and Lebanon. There's a lot of it's not wide. I know this is a little bit recorded, but not as much as there is now a new revival of the Arab Spring that happened in 2011. People are now mobilizing again in the streets. So Iran is going to have to respond to that as a priority. That matters more than responding to America at the moment. So most likely they will just.
Well, this is not dissimilar to what James Serene from BICOM suggested. Is that these? So we won't see gestures, like grand gestures, because the nitty-gritty of the day-to-day is, as you describe it, stretching Iranian resources to such a degree that the grand, if you like, the box office gesture that this assassination could be described as, in some senses, won't come out of Iran. I wish I could feel your confidence.
I mean, I know it's a twisted, complicated way of looking at it, but it's like when Russia attacked, carried out a few attacks in mainland Britain against its dissidents. Britain, because it's got its hands tied behind its back, it can't be responding. So we want responding. But it can we talk attacks out the way.
Price of oil went up $3 or something. It's okay. As soon as it right.
That would be like yeah.
So welcome to the news to watch this space.
Yeah.
That's it, I agree.
I don't know. I think it was and then it can continue its further. I think that it would like tangible.
And that causes, I mean, it's almost pointless observing it now, that we do still have to remind ourselves that this is a president who was described as a dove. I think in a New York Times editorial in 2016, Hillary Clinton was the I guess those old the standards are then 10:45 is the time. More from people, and thank you for stepping up to the plate for us so far this morning. It's going to be about quality, not quantity today, because you need to know a lot about the issue, the region. And one of the callers that we'll talk to in the next section fits very poignantly into that category. It's 10:45.
Here on LBC, Matt Fry, every Saturday morning from 10.
Are you basically just a racist? Is that the problem?
I like the next one. I mean, it's whole thing racist, but what you let in the company now, there's a lot of shadow.
What do you mean by that?
You've got coming in and just raising the system and leaving us dry.
You just don't like that.
You open the door to the local NA, there'll be some foreigners, and you can guarantee that one will be illegal.
But you can't guarantee that, can you? That's just the assumption.
Leading Britain's conversation, Matt Fry on LBC.
It's BT's best ever January sale. Why? Because our Superfast Fibre price has never ever been lower. Because you're getting seriously powerful Wi-Fi, Superfast Fibre is now £24.99 a month for 24 months with a £19.99 setup fee. Less than you'd expect for broadband this powerful. Sale ends the 16th of January. That's broadband sorted. Search BT Broadband. CPI increase each March 2020. New customers is £29.99 per month for 24 months. £52.99 per month, 25 terms apply.
I used to be a bit of a rubbish sleeper. I'd toss and turn all night. Somehow I could never find a comfy bit in the mattress. It was a proper nightmare. That's what brought me here. Testing mattresses in the Which Test Lab. We use a custom-made barrel rolling machine to simulate a decade's worth of use. And the mattresses that perform best are the only ones we recommend for your bedroom.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Hello, Sunny speaking.
Hi, Sunny. It's Alex. Is Steve free?
Steve, I have Alex on the line.
Put it through. Hi, Alex. Hello? Hello?
Fed up of a difficult-to-use phone system? Hi is an intuitive touchscreen business phone with removable tablet, centralized contacts, and instant video to anyone. Stop saying hello and start saying hi. Visit hi.co.uk for more information.
Critics are calling The Gentleman genius, hilarious, ridiculously entertaining.
I was there and I'm still shocked.
Killed bloke, jaws off, says the list. 5 stars. Richie and Clark both doing their funniest work in years. Can't recommend this one enough. Laugh a minute with a blinder of a cast. Indeed. Matthew McConaughey, Charlie Hunnam, Michelle Dockery, Henry Golding, with Colin Farrell and Hugh Grant.
And the lion's hungry.
The Gentleman, in cinemas now.
The high-quality kitchen you've dreamed of at a price well within your budget. That's Room Sense.
That's Room Sense.
The Room Sense January sale is now on, with 50% off our stunning kitchens and free appliances. Visit roomsense.co.uk today.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense.
Minimum spend applies.
Global Player,
Radio, playlists, and podcasts.
where it's all together and all for free.
Whatever your mood, whatever you're doing, and wherever you're going.
Global Player. Download it from your app store for free now. Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with James O'Brien.
10:48 is the time. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. There is, I mean, the thing about being critical of other people's knee-jerk reactions to issues is that you have to be doubly careful not to fall into the same trap yourself. So what scarf do I wear when we're discussing Donald Trump? Well, I disapprove of lying self-confessed sex offenders who couldn't lie straight in bed. It's just the way I'm made. But even self-confessed sex get things right occasionally. And the consensus seems to be that the assassination of Soleimani, the second most powerful man in Iran, is to be welcomed. So therefore, it doesn't matter who has done it. Then, of course, the second question kicks in, which is why has he done it and what happens next? That's when things get a little scary. This is a position I arrived at on the way into work this morning. It was one of those days when I was cursing Greta Thunberg. Because I come into work mostly now by public transport, and my train station was shut this morning, so I was sitting on a bus scrolling through Twitter trying to prepare a programme on a day where some people were already suggesting that we were in the foothills of World War III. But the freelance journalist and filmmaker Oz Kataji really drew my eye at about 8 o'clock this morning when I read on his Twitter account, lots of Brits and Americans are wailing and gnashing teeth over the death of someone most had never heard of before tonight. I haven't seen that much wailing and gnashing of teeth, but no doubt Jeremy Corbyn will be out soon to condemn the assassination. But it was the second bit of Oz's tweet that really struck me. He said on Telegram, which is a sort of social media platform, more popular in the Middle East, hundreds of Iraqis and Syrians are celebrating the news of Soleimani's assassination. The disparity could not be more stark. And what he was perhaps too polite to add was that the Iraqis and Syrians would know a hell of a lot more about this man than the Brits and Americans. Oz Cassidy joins me on the line now. Is that a fair comment, Oz?
I think it is. You know, the last time I was in we were talking about Donald Trump striking chemical weapons facilities in Syria, and we were talking about, you know, even a stop clock being right twice a day. You know, it's sort of.
Well, this would be twice. So this would be the second time then.
Yeah, you know, you know, even myself, I'm not sure. Here's the thing: no experts that I know
yes
saw this was coming. I mean, no one saw it coming, right?
That's not in and of itself a bad thing or a worry.
No, but this man, this butcher, has a sort of godlike aura about him, as one Iraqi analyst said yesterday. A godlike aura. You don't expect God to die.
Gosh.
You know, this man was...
So like a cross between a sort of Robin Hood type figure in their minds of the Iranian.
Qasem Soleimani was the head of the Quds Force, and as the head of the Quds Force, he was in charge of every Iranian terrorist proxy group across the Middle East. That's Hezbollah, Hezbollah, the CMU, you know, every single group across Syria, Yemen, even that's been killing civilians, that's been blowing up journalists, politicians. These people have been causing havoc and bloodshed unparalleled across the Middle East for decades, including the starvation and depopulation of forced transfer cities in Syria, including the hundreds of Iraqi men and boys that were shot dead in Baghdad.
I'm just going to pause you there because you know a lot more about these issues than I do, and most of my listeners will. But we're talking essentially about cities and towns whose residents were starved to death. And when we look at Aleppo and Qusayr and Madaya, Zabadani, this is, I mean, brutality on a scale that perhaps the West hasn't absorbed. Yes.
On his orders.
Okay.
The Iraqis that were shot dead in Baghdad protesting against their government, they were killed on his orders. And the Iranians that were shot dead protesting against the Iranian government in the last few weeks, they were shot dead on his orders. The idea that world peace was advanced by letting this man kill with impunity it's just patently absurd to people that know who Qasem Soleimani is and covers his crimes. That's not to say that there won't be a retaliation from Iran, or that this is, you know, this is a sort of a contribution to world peace, as it were. Like, it's just that simple. You know, it's like when we killed Osama bin Laden. Some people
online. Let's be honest, when you get back home in the evening, there is no time and no energy left to do important things. I still remember when I was working a typical 9 to 5, I had almost no time to spend with my family. I only had a few vacation days per year, so I couldn't really travel. But most importantly, working in the insurance industry, I was not passionate about what I do. I always felt...
I listened to Rubbish Crew Menace. It's an advertisement on YouTube. It's on YouTube, Rubbish Crew Menace.
Spending another 30 years in the office, working for someone else, missing out on everything my life has to offer beyond work. And I was watching motivational videos on YouTube every evening. But one day, I came across a video series that just beautifully explained how to start building income streams online from scratch. If you want to watch this free video series to make your own opinion, I will gladly send it directly to your email inbox. Just click the button below this video to get started. This video series has changed my life forever. Today, I cannot wait to jump out of bed to start working on my business. And I don't want to go to bed at night because of how much my life has to offer. Just about 10 months after watching these videos, thanks to its author Stuart Ross, I created my own online business and I was able to quit my job. I can design my days the way I want it. With my family, we are traveling almost every month. And even when I'm working at home, it just feels incredible to be there when my son needs me. So if you want to get these videos for free, of course, your next step is to click the button below and to enter your name and email on my website so I can send them to you. This education is for people who are open to learning new things and are willing to invest time and effort to stop selling time for money, but to work for themselves online. Now, people ask me why I'm even sharing this with others. You see, for the past 2 years, I've had the privilege of building a life and a business that I love. Today, I want to give driven people like you the same chance and offer free training that I know is going to help you create a lifestyle that you truly deserve. Click the button below, watch the video series, and I will continue guiding you from there.
Traveling can really take its toll on your mind and body. So we've come up with some really simple rituals that you can do on a day-to-day basis to help you deal with your busy life. Self-massage is a great way to relieve muscular tension in the body. There are some really simple techniques that you can use whenever you want, wherever you are. A great massage.
My baby wants to see you tonight. Alright, I see tonight. It's just for that. What's up, bye-bye? Alright, what's up, bye-bye? Now all you can do is celebrate. It's a sign. Whatever the price is given to me. It's all the best.
Hey, I'm Jack Serry, I'm a photographer and content creator. I just teamed up with GoDaddy to create my website, and you can get yourself a free trial by going to godaddy.co.uk. First of all, selecting is really important. Go.
Make me understand you need me, and I'll follow you everywhere. Have a good time with you. If you have your best for me, I'll maybe act like any human being and stay with you. Just give me a chance to walk on with no love. Only sunshine. Just give me a chance to walk on. Believe me, baby. Believe me, baby. Believe me, baby. Believe me, baby.
Success is never hard, I just went there and do what you do every day. Thinking about like how I can market myself. I think the website was more like how to start the conversation with people. I started cooking class when like most people used to come to my restaurant asking me, okay, how do you do that? I just go online and say, okay, website.
Vacation in India, huh? Mr. Conrad won't join us.
2 days ago, he told me that our marriage was over. 2 hours ago, I landed here.
A lot of people come here to get lost so they can be found again.
Thank you, Yoda.
Hi, Bob. How's the story?
I'm in this place surrounded by wild animals.
In New York.
Oh,
Let me take you on a fancy 5-star safari with 4 stars.
like 3?
Maybe more like 2.
Never meant to stay this long.
We call in love.
Okay.
With Africa.
Hey, I'm Tori Lenz. I'm a top bottom content creator. Check out how I set up my GoDaddy website and domain by going to godaddy.co.uk for my free trial. Let's go. In the template setup, I can set the perfect layout, color, and font, making my options endless. I can easily upload my photography, make quick changes to my homepage, and with a couple of clicks, a website is live. I can upload all my digital download products, set the pricing, and add a description to each product. With my busy schedule, GoDaddy's website plus built-in marketing tools allows me to create and manage anytime from any device, my tablet, or even my phone. Here on the marketing tool page, it makes things easy and convenient. I can drive traffic directly to my website, as well as manage my email marketing, online store, and my social media all in one place. So there you have it. Look great with GoDaddy website plus marketing templates. And start now for free at godaddy.co.uk.
Coming from the end of time and moving towards the future.
marking on my pen. No, this is the original marking on my pen. No, this is the original marking on my pen. Hear it. No, this is the original marking on my pen. Hear it.
Alright, that's alright. Yeah, just give me a call when you're outside. I'll be in all day, alright? Alright, that's fine.
Here come the drums. So now I can still hear these cassette tunes. Take that. Let's have these tunes. Let's have that tune on record. That was the first tune that came out on Goldie's label. And it was promos. Particularly that Mark gave it to me. They didn't give it to me, I thought of it. That Mark in there as please.
All summer long.
I'm gonna tell everyone what you are!
Impulse. Season 1.
Thank you. I'm late for the news. It's the only one moving on. Holly Harris is here with the headlines.
Iran has accused the US of international terrorism after American forces killed one of its top military leaders. Officials in Washington say President Trump personally ordered the airstrike at Baghdad's international airport. A man accused of stabbing a mother in front of her young child in South London is in court. The big allegedly attacked the victim from behind as she was pushing her child's pushchair. We'll
go back to it.
An employment tribunal has ruled that ethical veganism is a philosophical belief and is therefore protected by law. Jordi Casanejana said he was unfairly dismissed by the League Against Cruel Sports after raising concerns that its fund was being invested into companies involved in animal testing. The ruling means ethical vegans are entitled to protection from discrimination. LBC weather, rain clear in the east and southeast this afternoon. Elsewhere, mostly dry with plenty of sunny spells. Some blustery showers though in Scotland, a high of 10 degrees.
This is LBC. Critics are calling The Gentleman genius, hilarious, ridiculously entertaining. I'm still shocked. He'll blow the doors off, says the list. 5 stars. Richie and Croft both doing their funniest work in years. Can't recommend this one enough. Laugh a minute with a blinder of a cast. Matthew McConaughey, Charlie Hunnam, Michelle Dockery, Henry Golding, with Colin Farrell and Hugh Grant. And the lion's hungry. The Gentleman, in cinemas now.
The deadline for filing your tax return is creeping closer, so it's time to do something about it. Make life easier with EY Tax Chat. Download the app today and connect with EY professionals to file your tax return with minimal effort and maximum confidence. There's no paper documents or complicated software. EY tax professionals prepare and submit your return from just £329. Search or download EY Tax Chat now to beat the 31st of January deadline.
Socrates, solve the hearing aid paradox yet?
No, Plato, I still don't understand how a sale of tiny hearing aids can also be massive. It's simple relativity. Oh, shut up, Albert. But it's true. Specsavers have tiny hearing aids with advanced Bluetooth technology. And now you can save a massive £400 on selected hearing aids, like a mouse relative to an elephant, yeah?
A mouse?
The hearing aid sale at Specsavers. Tiny hearing aids, massive savings. Terms and conditions apply. Sale ends 31st of January. Ask for details.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And this is not a sale. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a sale. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30 gig data SIM for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract tying you down, why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
I used to be a bit of a rubbish sleeper. I'd toss and turn all night. Somehow I could never find the comfy bit of the mattress. It was a proper nightmare. That's what brought me here. Testing mattresses in the Witch Test Lab. We use a custom-made barrel rolling machine to simulate a decade's worth of use. And the mattresses that perform best are the only ones we recommend for your bedroom.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
11:34 is the time. I wasn't going to return to the tale of the ethical veganism receiving protection, and I'm still not. But Daniel Barnett is a barrister and of course a great friend of LBC over the years. I just saw him tweeting that I dare anyone from the UK employment law community to phone James and explain why a tribunal has not just decided that all ethical vegans are protected by the Equality Act. Thankfully, he adds in brackets, assuming he deals with the topic. At the moment, Daniel, I'm not intending to, but I'm not going to lie, you pricked my interest now, and I'm wondering what it is about this finding that is open to interpretation. We may, I hope we will have time to find out. Because when we were talking about veganism today, something occurred to me that I don't think I've managed to properly articulate before. And this is the role that shame and guilt play in our disapproval of other people's behaviour. I'm only speaking for myself and then speculating or extrapolating from my own self-examination why other people behave in ways similar to how I used to behave. So I used to be, I can't nearly swore again. It's awful. So do you know the closest I ever come to swearing on the programme is when I'm searching for words to describe my own conduct in the past. So I used to be a massive wally. When it came to issues like veganism and vegetarianism, I would be one of the Herberts that would sort of claim some sort of massive victory if you were wearing leather shoes while electing not to eat meat. And I think, in retrospect, that shame and guilt were the source of my idiocy, in that I knew deep down that you were leading a better life than mine, and I was embarrassed and ashamed of that. Therefore, I sought to deride and attack you. I still do, by the way, think that you're leading a better life than me if you're a vegetarian. I don't know about veganism. I've got to be honest with you. Elements of it seem to me still to be slightly out there, but you know the pendulum swings. I am no longer an idiot in that context. In most other contexts, of course, I still am, but I'm not going to mock you in the hope of making myself feel less guilty about the fact that I choose to eat the flesh of dead animals. I would be actually a fan of that thing people used to say about you should only really eat meat if you've slaughtered it yourself, if you've killed it with your bare hands. I certainly wouldn't be able to do that. But maybe I'm about to turn into full partridge and start speculating on what animals I would be able to kill with my bare hands and what animals I wouldn't. Well, I couldn't manage a cow, for example, is not a road I think any of us want to go down. But don't hate me, all right? I think I'm guilty of it again. And yet I'm not ready to admit it properly, because a poll by YouGov has thrown up some astonishing findings regarding differences between my generation, and I'm in my late 40s, 48 next week. I'm in my late 40s, and the younger generation, which they have elected to typify as being under 35. Couples are citing environmental concerns as one of the most common reasons for remaining childless, which is an act of sacrifice and indeed perhaps even altruism or utilitarianism on an ethics scale that I'm not able to support because it makes me feel bad. So, I mean, I don't want to turn into a sort of greetings card verse, but if you're lucky enough to have a good family, if you're lucky enough to be loved, if you're lucky enough to have a lot of love in your life, it's very important to remind yourself on a regular basis that ultimately nothing else matters, right? Now, I love the bones of my wife, and she continues to tolerate me. And since children came into our lives, it has knocked everything else into a cocked hat. And we went through a period, if you haven't heard me explain this before, of staring into the abyss, of thinking that we wouldn't be able to have children. We had fertility treatment because of my defective sperm, if you're really interested in the detail. There wasn't much of it, and what there was doing the backstroke. But anyway, the appliance of science, as the Zanussi advert used to say, came into play. And we have two magnificent, beautiful, wonderful children who are my sun and my moon. And I can't And there's a very good piece in the Mail today, actually, by a TV writer who tried IVF as well and who failed, and who writes an article about there being light at the end of the tunnel for people who don't have the happy ending. And I completely get that. And I'm sure that, you know, Mrs. O'Brien and I would have found happiness, a different sort of happiness together, even if we hadn't become parents. But we did. And I always tell you the story that still makes me shiver when we were really getting scared that it was never going to happen for us. And it was a fish and chip shop queue. I've told you this, but not for a while. And I wasn't there. And when you've realised that it's not going to happen for you naturally, it gets really difficult to continue with your normal life, because your friends might announce that they're pregnant, and your first reaction is not a pretty one. Your second reaction will be better. You'll be pleased for them, but your first reaction is I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. It's a degree of horror. I'm not going to lie to you. It's just another reminder of the unfairness of it all. And if you see a baby in a pram or a baby in a pushchair, even a complete stranger, there's a pang. And this is me as a man. I imagine, and I hope it's not sexist to say so, I imagine that anything a man feels in this context is going to be felt considerably more acutely by a woman. I don't know. I speculate. Don't at me. And it's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. Because it's also may contain. But my brain, I'm sorry to make this so personal, but it really cuts to the heart of me. And I don't like what I've found. Because my brain tells me that you're right. If you're not going to have children, then you are acting in the most altruistic and utilitarian way. Those reports but the idea is not to have children. They're not. But I really do. I just can't keep in. And I know I'm sounding like one of those you can't be I categorically do not think that. I think there's a very good friend of mine don't want children. Lots of ones you can hang on to because your social life becomes defined by your children's friends' parents, effectively, or at least the sort of family crossover where you can pair each other and then spend time together. En masse, but I've got lots of a few friends who don't want children, who categorically don't want them. And as you know, my immediate circle is nearing 50 now, then it's probably not going to change. And yet, I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. This story breaks my heart. And I'd like you to explain it to me. That's all. So you have elected not to have children. I'm also going to patronise you slightly by suggesting that some of you are going to grow out of it. All right? What you want, don't look at me like that. What you want in your 20s and what you want in your 40s are two very different things. Would you honestly claim that you were the same person that you were when you were 15? Of course you're not. You're completely different. No, you're biologically different. Every single cell has been replaced. But also intellectually and emotionally, you're an entirely different person. And if you don't believe me, think about how you felt when you got dumped by your first love. Right? You thought the world had ended. And now you think she's just a nightmare. Now you think she's a bunny boy. Or he's a crap. Yeah, can't believe you wasted so many years with that, did you? But at the time, That was it. The world was over. So you're not the same person. That person thought the world was over when you got that one. Well, what if you need to work away? It's not the jokes that you want to so there's a small caveat that some people would throw out of it. But the biggest answer after cost and affecting the lifestyle that they enjoyed, which is what my friends would cite, was that the world was overpopulated. So 14% of people under 35 who don't watch it. It's not a massive number, it's a percentage of a percentage. It's higher than it's ever been before. And about 10% of the childless adults say that overpopulation was behind their wish to because I feel a little bit ashamed of how I feel about you now, if you see what I mean. It's a bit like how I used to feel about it, which I now feel. I always feel guilt and shame the fact that you were being better than me. You're perfectly capable of being better than me. I'm elected not to for some good reason. But that's all there is. We always get there in the end, as long as you endure and tolerate interminable contemplation. We almost all get there. I never thought having children was selfish, and this always made me think that it is. That's the reason why I think
to shore into a different city every day. And as dusk falls, your sanctuary awaits at anchor for you to dine, dance, as you set sail from one shore to discover another. That's a world way. That's the Mediterranean by Cunard. Discover more at cunard.com. Actor and adult protected.
When it comes to music, I've heard it all. Pink Floyd, Sean Paul, Slipknot. But in the Witch Test Lab, hearing isn't enough. When we test headphones, we simulate the loudest commute to find you the headphones that cancel out the noise. So you know we're only recommending the best.
Which tests harder, so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
With the New Year's savings at Furniture Land, you can get that new look with big savings. So much.
Only £20 a month for selected customers. Just with the amazing offer
lettuce, onions, and lashings of our big tasty sauce. Available with or without bacon. Served after 11 hours. Participating for shops only, subject to
Something bigger under the tree. Well, maybe Big Mulberry World can help. Save up to £1,500 on Audis, BMWs, Mercedes, VWs, and the rest.
but there's only a few days left at the big winter sale. So what are you waiting for? See bigmotoringworld.co.uk or find the winners from the F25.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with James O'Brien.
It's 7:49 and you are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. An employment tribunal in Norwich, or a judge, has ruled that veganism, ethical veganism, is a philosophical belief and is therefore protected by law. It's a topic that we touched on yesterday. The more we talked about it, the more I felt it was almost certain to end like that. But there may be a little bit more to it than we see, and we may be able to find out just how much before close of play today. Before all of that, I want to find the story people have felt the same in the 30s, none of us would be here today, would we?
No, but we didn't have the technology and the contraception as good as it is to be able to, have the same control in the 30s as we do today. Maybe people wouldn't make that choice.
Well, I don't know. I think humanity will prevail and overcome rather than give up because fascism is on the rise. And a few people are more troubled by the rise of fascism than I am, but the idea of responding to it and I'm already getting aggressive, aren't I, Heather? You can tell from my voice, I'm already getting defensive, which isn't pretty, so I apologise for that.
The two kind of feed into each other because the rise of fascism means people aren't acting on climate change in the way that we need to.
I'm going to separate that, but I'm going to leave fascism out of it for the time being largely because that's not a reason that's being given by the respondents to this survey, although I appreciate it's part of your reasoning. So I want to focus instead upon the environmental impact. You are judging us, aren't you? Because of the way you just said, I wouldn't want to judge my friends who just had a child, and then I thought, is she going to say but? Is she going to say but? And there it was, a great big but. Because you are judging.
Obviously, people have their own measures that they are working their lives towards, and for me, we look at a lot of the great for the wider world, and we can see the rise in things that are happening with climate change, what's happening in Australia, the extreme weather that we have here, even though it's quite mild. It is, a sign in our lifetime. I can remember,
Well, I can as well. I understand what you're saying. And yesterday I was fiercely defending science from attacks by ignoramuses in the context of climate change. But to be brutally honest, you have right on your side. The difference between vegetarianism and not having a baby because you're worried about the planet is that you wouldn't wish everybody to follow your example because then the species would end. Whereas as a vegetarian, you can wish that everybody would follow your example, both logically and consistently. So I hesitate to ask you this, and you don't have to answer it. Who do you think should be allowed to have children?
Well, I think it's down to personal choice, but I think
no, I do as well. I do as well. But in terms of we both want the species to survive, don't we? You're not going to play a part in that yourself. The people you fear. You talk of fascism. I think in Hungary, Viktor Orban gives money to people the bigger the family they have. So in some ways, your decision, you could have raised a little. Yes, Putin is giving money today, in fact, to encourage Russians to have more children after experts said the country could face a dramatic population slump. So although the residents of Hungary and Russia don't necessarily mirror the bigotries of their leaders, you could be raising a little army of anti-fascists, Heather, and you've ducked it.
Yeah, but it's the thought that my child at my age won't be living in the same kind of world as I am. because of the change in the climate.
I guess I'm going to have to.
People and the environment is going to change. So, you know, it just.
It's all going to go a bit Victorian. You'd be going up a chimney rather than going to school. I'm exaggerating, but these are my fears as well. And I guess I'm being a bit of an idiot, because if my fears are real, my concerns are real, then I should be much more accommodating of the decision that you've made. But it makes me feel bad about decisions I've made, and that makes me feel bad. And this is what it must feel like. This must be the beginnings of how you can end up having a public meltdown about a vegan sausage roll. There it is. Although, of course, parenthood is rather more important than pastry. 11:54 is the time, and if you disagree with that, don't even at me. Thank you, Heather, and good luck. James is in Glasgow, so we've moved from one Scottish city to another. What do you want to say, James?
Hey, James. So this is a really difficult topic. It's quite complex as well.
Yes.
I'm vegan. I've been vegan for like 2.5, 3 years. The evidence out there is just, for me, undeniable about what's happening in terms of land use, in terms of habitats being destroyed, in terms of species disappearing because of that, in terms of the amount of methane animals are producing, in terms of the way we're treating animals, in terms of the way we're breeding them to such an extent that we're basically
Hang on a minute. Okay. You said this was a difficult topic, and at the moment you're just knocking it out of the park. Where does it get difficult exactly? Because from where you're sitting, it's looking like a no-brainer.
Look, so I know about children, right? And veganism is a no-brainer. To me, we're witnessing a sixth mass extinction across the planet, which means that humans are exploding, habitats are disappearing because we're using up all resources. And why would I want to bring? For the record, I would want nothing more than to have children. It breaks my heart.
This is why it's difficult.
Choosing not to.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
And are you in a relationship?
No, my brother is, and he's chosen the same. Him and his girlfriend are hard about this because I've talked to you about the project I did before, and once I've understood certain things about species disappearing in habitat, I can't unknow it. When I know about the decline of like 80% decline of birds in the UK due to various methods, but ultimately a lot to do with farming techniques, avoiding monoculture farming. It's not just vegan it's not just black and white.
I hesitate to ask this question because it's going to sound crass, and I'm going to park your environmental and vegan values as being proven. All right, so I'm not going to argue with any of that, but just in your own words, did you send me a Christmas present, by the way?
I did.
I only got it this morning. I haven't opened it yet. It's in a massive cardboard tube.
Yes.
Well, thank you in advance of me opening it.
No worries.
Because
I sent you too, both the daughters.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And while we're on the subject, I should thank Alison for the box of goodies and Dean for the chocolates as well. I think I forgot to do so before Christmas. So thanks to you and your brother, James. I shall describe it in detail on the program tomorrow. But in your own words, why will not having children do the things you've just described? I kind of know why, but I just want to hear it in your own words.
So it's not, to me, in terms of, so help, I think, is the wrong word. Because it's not...
Address?
Yeah, I mean, for what I know, like we've only got an estimated around 50 or 60 years of soil left to grow food.
Yeah.
So when you look at these things, matter of fact, the ocean, I know, I've been on the sea chef event on the side of the documentaries on the plight of the oceans. I know in my lifetime it'll probably be reduced to just jelly oceans. And when you doing this,
I did try to park your environmental and vegan values and describe them as proven. Well, I describe them as proven. But so what you're saying is you don't want to have children because the world's going to be rubbish. Your decision isn't based on thinking that having children will contribute to the problem.
It's not for me. It's the person I'm bringing in.
Yeah, got it. No, I got it. I mean, that's really helpful.
The most selfish thing that I could do is have children because I want them.
Yes, let's not fall out.
I would like nothing more than to be born 50 years ago and have a family. You know how
20 years ago, we'd be back on terra firma. because I'm almost exactly 20 years older than you. But that was what was missing from my analysis, or my understanding, Jack, was that idea that you're doing it because you don't think the planet will be a very pleasant place to live. So I'm going to go a bit Mad Max. Would you bring a child into the Mad Max style? I'm being shallow, obviously, but it's a pertinent question. And that's and even more thought-provoking than where we were before. And I'm also heading for breakneck speed towards the news, so we'll have to leave it there. Thanks again for the present. I shall describe it in lavish detail to my listeners tomorrow, and I'm sure my daughters will echo my gratitude. But that question, as I mentioned, my daughters, and just try to contemplate a world in which they never existed, or a life in which they never arrived on my own. And that's it, isn't it? I cannot be objective. It's so important to recognise these moments when you spend your whole life criticising other people for them. I cannot be objective. There's nothing to accept. It is easily refuted. And yet here I am, really, really cross with people who are having children for environmental reasons, because they make me realise that I'm perhaps not as good as they are. It's 12 noon.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 12 o'clock. Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has urged both sides to de-escalate after the US killed a top Iranian general. Qasem Soleimani died in an American airstrike on his convoy at Baghdad's international airport. Washington says he was planning attacks on American diplomats, but Iran has warned of crushing revenge. Tehran University professor Mohammed Morandi says America has taken a serious step.
This was an act of war. The Americans assassinated a senior Iranian military official, a person who was a war hero in Iran, and also a person who helped save Iraq and Syria from ISIS.
There's more on this story, including footage from the aftermath of the airstrike at lbcnews.co.uk. A head teacher has appeared in court, charged with murdering his estranged wife and her new partner. They were found stabbed in a house in the village of Duffield in Derbyshire on New Year's Day. 39-year-old Reese Hancock will next appear at Derby Crown Court on Monday. A landmark ruling has decided that vegan beliefs should be protected by law. As well as eating a plant-based diet, ethical vegans avoid any kind of animal exploitation, including wearing leather or wool. A judge at the Employment Tribunal has decided it is a philosophical belief and so should be protected under the Equality Act. Dr. Jeanette from Vegan Society gave evidence case in the judge and has told LBC she's pleased with the results.
The ramifications are that the needs of the vegans will be taken more seriously. We'll be making full use of this judgment to ensure that our children, our vegan children, can be given vegan food at school and in the health service as well, good nutritious healthy vegan food.
A state of disaster has been declared across parts of the Australian state of Victoria, where wildfires are expected to deteriorate tomorrow. The move will allow the government to order tens of thousands of people to evacuate the area. It's understood the Labour MP, Jess Phillips, is preparing to announce she's standing for the party leadership. The Birmingham Yardley MP is preparing to launch her campaign later. The official process to replace Jeremy Corbyn will begin next week. The LBC Markets report, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was down 37 points at 75.66. The pound price €1.30 and €1.17. LBC weather, rain clearing the east and southeast this afternoon. Elsewhere, mostly dry with plenty of sunny spells. Some blustery showers in Scotland, a high of 10 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Holly Harris.
Critics are calling The Gentleman genius, hilarious, ridiculously entertaining. I was there and I'm still shocked. Ill bloke, doors off, says the list. 5 stars. Richie and Crump both doing their funniest work in years. Can't recommend this one enough. Laugh a minute with a blinder of a cast. Matthew McConaughey, Charlie Cullen, Michelle Dockery, Henry Golding, with Colin Farrell and Hugh Grant. The lion's hungry. The Gentleman, in cinemas now. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
12:03 is the time. The numbers are not quite as striking as the headlines might lead you to believe, but they are unprecedented. Couples are citing environmental concerns as one of the most common reasons for remaining childless. Now, I lazily presume, but I think forgivably, that would simply be the desire not to contribute to overpopulation and the attendant problems that would bring to the planet. But James in Glasgow, rather adroitly, pointed out that actually it could be just fears about the state of the planet and not wanting to bring anybody into it. Would you bring a child into some sort of dystopia, if you had the choice, into some sort of dystopian horror show? I don't know what's your favourite dystopia, but they carried on having babies in 1984. They carried on, it's a slightly less helpful example, having babies in The Handmaid's Tale, although choice perhaps was not quite so easily defined. But you're not going to stop having sex, are you? And that is generally what leads to the creation of children. So contraception obviously allows you to continue having a full love life, but you've chosen not to have children because you're worried about the planet that they'll be coming into, not about the contribution that they will make to the decline of that planet. And can we come up with, this is incredibly selfish, can we come up with an analysis of my own misgivings about this story that doesn't paint me just as a selfish bigot? Why have you got a problem with these people doing something really good? Well, because it makes me feel bad about not being as good as them. And there, I think, is how people can end up in a twist about gender-neutral toilets and meat-free sausage rolls. Because somebody else's behaviour for a certain type of insecurity feels like a personal attack. And I say that because I am, or I certainly was like that in a lot of areas. And I think in this area, I perhaps still am. Rather embarrassingly. James is in Boone in Cornwall. James, what would you like to say?
Hi James, I love the show. You just left me listen to radio for all my life. But yeah, you and Eddie Mayer, love it. Anyway, just I'm 50, I've got a child. I probably wouldn't have to do it again. I've been a single parent all of her life. She's 20 now, and she's incidentally pregnant. However, and she's happy, it's all good, and a great couple. However, yeah, I mean, I think you should give yourself a break a bit. When we were growing up, none of this information was around regarding.
No, I'm not doing the retrospective. I take the point that if we were making these decisions now, in the autumn of our lives, perhaps we would actually do this. But I'm not doing that. I'm thinking right now, if I don't think else about Mrs. O'Brien and we were quite logically capable of still having children, I still would have.
Yeah. So I think it's really incredible that there's so much information technology within the young people growing up in terms of so much information is available. So I think that's the rationale and the genetic is what's giving you. I think the always the same. It's not the gene, it's the gene and loss. Which is in the process of evolutionary power on genetics. You shouldn't be wasting place on a radio for James. This should be a research paper or technology revolution cancel out genetic predispositions. It's describe the torture that is rather than the part of people genuine agony emerging into your well, it does, in China for years by just having one child. Yes, that's all about the effect, in effect. That's the part we should be going there for everybody to have a child and enjoy the completion of the family or your genetic drive.
No, I hear you, but your daughter hasn't fallen into this information overload.
But that was an accident.
Right.
And then when she was faced with that decision, she said, this is the episode might be there. It's a pretty crazy world. And she ignored that gut feeling. What gut feeling you ever been through?
Well, I mean, that is it. You nailed it. It's the battle between the gut and the intellect. So the intellect is subject to the information that you described not having to be there. No, that's an intellect is when we were our age. But the gut is I think, the genetic impulse. So that is, you know, in layman's terms, what Dawkins describes when he talks about this overarching desire to procreate. Gosh. So we could be seeing some sort of evolutionary reverse on a species basis. Dave, that was quite a debut. 9 minutes up. Hannah is in Birmingham. Hannah, what do you think?
Hi, okay, so basically, obviously a part of me thinks that, you know, a tiny, maybe a tiny bit selfish, but then the other half of me is like, absolutely not.
Can I ask how old you are, or would that not be relevant?
Oh no, I'm 24, I don't mind.
24, so would I be patronising you if I said I think I might have thought like this at 24, but by the time I was 34, I was 108 degrees in the opposite direction?
No, I think that's totally relevant.
Thank you. Thank you for not biting my hand. Grab that.
I get told it a lot when I kind of, because, you know, I have to view that, like, I'm not going to have children, and I'm in a long-term relationship, and we both agree that we will not have children.
And is it for environmental reasons?
For me, it's kind of personal reasons, but then if he turned around to me and said, you know, can we have children, I think I would have to leave him.
Really?
Yeah, because I just, and this is a bit dark, but I like to look at the world that we're in, and I know I sound like so stupid and just come so young, but like, I just don't like it. I just hate the state that we've got into, and I feel so helpless that there's not much I can do with it, and, you know, I try, like, you know, most of my friends are second hand, you know, I try to eat as little meat as possible. And
this is a litany of things that make the rest of us feel a bit guilty and ashamed, and you're not doing any holier than thou, you're not being remotely sententious, you are solely personally describing the pains that you feel and the measures that you take to address the problems that you perceive, and yet middle-aged idiots like me listen to this and feel guilty, and to mask our sense of guilt, to mask our feeling of guilt, we patronise you, call you names and insult.
No, I don't think you should feel guilty though, because you're raising your children, and I think, you know, the information you have, like, you're obviously extremely intelligent, which would be the job that you're in, and you can educate
you listen to the full output on this station? I don't know if you could leap to that conclusion.
Well, from what I've heard,
Okay, you're very kind, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, although of course if my children choose to rebel, they might turn out to be massive racist bigots in order to get up with that. So is that danger you have to take into account as well?
Yeah.
I don't know, when are we going to chat back? We say 2025, give you a ring, see if you're still in the same position that you're in now.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, you're right. I'm not quite listening to you, but I mean, among your peer groups, among people your age, is this?
I have one friend that, you know, is set against having children, and then a lot of my friends have already had children.
Yes.
You know, I can't really have an opinion on that. It's not my choice.
No, and you wouldn't want to get in a nursery or start proselytising outside the labour or anything like that. But you just describe your reminders of actually the live and let live arguments. A few of you have picked up on James in Glasgow's comment about soil, and that there not being any left in 50 years. I didn't really pick up on it myself at the time, but there's a degree of scepticism being expressed about that observation, which I'm happy to amplify and broadcast. 1213 is to say thank you, Hannah. Thank you for being gentle. Jane is in Whitchurch. Jane, what would you like to say?
It's quite personal, I think, what this younger lady was saying, and what you were saying about people growing up as they get older and that needs another time. I married at 28, and I'm very clear with the I know you get children, and I started even though I'm very happy family. This
It just does, doesn't it? I mean, it's just.
Even though that the environment of whatever population family my opinion is that I want to City, and I popped into a local bank where I was looking for time, probably to reorganise my account to accommodate my station. And a woman in the bank came up to me. I'll be so many people coming up and saying, "Oh, what a lovely baby." And she came and she gave me a very hard stare. And she said, "You poor thing, what have you brought into this world, the poor child?" And it was that moment when you have the hair from the back of your neck stand on end, and it must have been her, which I will always remember. Because suddenly it was like somebody pointing out, you really realised what you've done. So it's given me cause for thought there, a good thought, because I absolutely adore my son.
How old is he now?
He's 26.
Oh, okay. So this was a bit ahead of the curve. Are you sure it wasn't just a local kind of volleyball?
No.
Are you sure? I just had like a woman marching around Whitchurch looking for people to be rude to, and she's picked on the new mother. It's just outrageous conduct.
It was.
She'll have a column in the Daily Mail by the end of the week.
It wasn't in Whitchurch, it was in Toby.
Oh, well, that changes everything. That changes everything.
I was a mum of 39.
Right.
I baby when I was 39, because I'm now
Yes.
And as the time went on, I had to justify to myself, there are massive things in this world, and I look at the opposite side of it, because I hope that my child, my son, will actually be able to contribute in a positive way to this planet.
Yes.
And that there will be other people around like him who will make hugely positive contributions to the environment and the planet. If there weren't people like that around, then the planet would be lost.
Well, that's a very, I'm going to take that also back. Although there is always a danger that they'll rebel, so we can balance it off. That would be a wonderful visionary and thinking power. What if I should rebel? Or something entertaining reason I should do that?
Well, I'm going to keep my doing people in the
That's not very great. Back here to the Star 16.
This is LBC. This is not a count. This is not a rocket. And this is not a say. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a say. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30 data SIP for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract time you down. Why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's smart. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk terms. So Christmas.
So the hearing aid paradox, yeah? No, please, I still don't understand how a sailor tiny music needs can also be passive. It's simple relativity. Oh, shut up, Albert. But it's law. Makes people have funny hearing aids with advanced technology. Or starting they are pressed. They grow up from thousands of electric hearing aids. Like a mouse, relative to the electric car. The mouse. The hearing aid sailor Specsavers. Tiny hearing aids, massive savings. Terms and conditions apply. Sail into their first January. Asking for details.
A new day, a new skyline. Who doesn't love a city break in the sun? Markets, museums, and those little cafes. Take it all in. But imagine if you could just stroll from ship to shore into a different city every day. And as dusk falls, your sanctuary awaits at anchor for you to dine, dance, or simply stargaze as you set sail from one shore to discover another. That's a world away. That's the Mediterranean by Cunard. Discover more at cunard.com. Actor and adult protected.
You can always trust that song about a little shark to get the kids in the bath. But all it takes is a bit of faulty plumbing to set off the bedtime waterworks. Thankfully, at trustedtrader.com, you can hunt out plenty of vetted, reviewed, reliable professionals in an abundance of trades. Like a plumber who'll rescue bath time. And just like that, it's safe to go back in the water.
I've always loved the kitchen experiment, especially smoothies. I've blended all sorts of mad combinations. Strawberry and charcoal, broccoli and chocolate, not my best that. But when I test blenders in the Witch Lab, it's not about flavour, it's about performance. tests use proper tough stuff, hard ice, strong veg, rough nuts, and the blenders that can hack it are the only ones we recommend for your kitchen. Which Test Corner, so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
This is LBC with James O'Brien. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84800. It's here.
That's the story of my life. When I talk about you,
see you. Alright, I'm coming down. Alright. New batch, right? Yeah. We're good now. That's cool. You're good. Yeah. Vamos a ver. The last time you gave it to me. Yeah, I like it. This is thank you. Like that, yeah. from it. How many did you get? How many did you get? Get you very good. Go right there. That's right. Now go in here, look at it in there. There's a chair there. I can hear that.
Oh, you listen to it on YouTube, are you? Hmm? Nah, this is good beats, man. But it's a wicked beat, man. It's original as well. This is a slammer. This is a slammer. I ain't finished it yet. Oh, I'll get into it. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll take my time. I'm taking my time. Why don't you leave me to make the music, and why don't you get a gig?
Because I need more tunes. I need more material.
You don't need more material. You got plenty. You got plenty.
Yeah, I'll leave you be. I mean, make some ripping bass lines, ripping tearing bass lines.
All right.
Right?
All right.
You've got the rolling stuff. You've got the rolling stuff.
The beats are original, Simon. The beats are original. It's only the beat at the moment.
I know you're capable of it, John. Just stick with it, yeah?
Right.
What's your idea, yeah?
All right. Stay listening, yeah? Listen on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm listening now.
All right, listen on YouTube and you can comment on the screen. Or you can stay on the phone if you want. No, just comment on the screen.
What on the screen?
Comment on the YouTube screen.
I can't because I haven't got my own channel.
Oh, right.
I'm not really into the internet that much. But yeah, I'm watching, listen.
Well, text me then on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I'll text you.
Or leave vocal messages on WhatsApp. Leave vocal messages on WhatsApp, all right? All right. Bye, bye.
it's like yeah. I'm going to have a need to eat. I'm going to enjoy it.
Well, that's it for today, Simon. I can't do any more production now. I'm just going to listen to this for a bit. I can't play bass guitar now. I can't play bass lines. I can't engineer sounds. I've just had enough. I've worked for about an hour and a bit, so that's it now. I listen to it for a bit.
U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had this to say to CNN.
The American people should know that President Trump's decision to remove customs from life on the battlefield saved American lives. There's no doubt about that. He was actively plotting the region to take actions, the big actions he described it. Thousands, if not hundreds of American lives at risk. It was imminent. This was an intelligence-based assessment that drove our decision-making process. The American people also know the history of customs will remind hundreds of American lives on his hands too. They group bombings. He orchestrated an attack right here in Washington, D.C. and ultimately failed. This is a man who's put American lives at risk for an awfully long time. And last night was the time that we needed to strike to make sure that this imminent attack that he was working actively was disrupted.
Richard Spencer, the Middle East correspondent for The Times, based in Beirut, says this is the climax to a week of high tension.
The immediate trigger was an attack on the US Embassy in Baghdad on Tuesday and Wednesday. Attacks on US embassies are very sensitive to America these days after the one in Benghazi, which killed the ambassador in 2012. That followed a sort of tit-for-tat exchange between the US and these pro-Iranian militias in Iraq.
of Soleimani, who's able to sow destruction across the Middle East and harm violent militias around the world. Finding a replacement for that is not going to be easy.
I noticed the former National Security Advisor John Bolton tweeting earlier today saying that this was basically the first step in part of the regime change in Iran, which brings back all sorts of connotations to what went on in Iran. I wonder, though, about the action that the USA took last night, and whether or not you feel that it was therefore justified, even though Iraq says it violated our sovereignty, and clearly there's going to be blowback from Iran.
Well, there is no question that Qasem Soleimani counted as a legitimate military target. This is a man who has, through a military command structure, ordered the deaths of British and Americans in the region, and indeed ordered terrorist acts around the world. So there's absolutely no question.
So it's right that he was taken out in the way in which he was.
No. What I said was there's no real question that he is. Under the Geneva Convention, he's a legitimate military target. He's a military commander who is conducting military operations against us. There's no great question about that. In the same way as the chief of the defence staff is a military target. That is it's simply the nature of wearing a military uniform. That's what it is, and conducting military actions against a state like ours. So that's what he's done. I have to say, this man has done so much to undermine the safety of not just the Middle East, but actually the whole of the West. But I think that his departure is only a good thing. The question is, are we ready for the repercussions? Now, there will be repercussions. I don't know what they will be. Nobody knows what they will be. But they could be very severe. And we must make sure we're ready for them, because this is somebody who has really dominated the Iranian foreign policy space for so long. And the real celebrations aren't being done by us, they're being done by the people of Syria and Iraq. What's interesting is you read Twitter, the Arabic Twitter is absolutely full of joy and celebration at the departure of somebody who has led to the death of literally hundreds of thousands of Syrians and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. The Iraqis have absolutely had enough of this guy. He has genuinely raised militias and armed people who have caused them to die in horrible ways all over the world.
And as we, sorry to interrupt, Tom, but as we were hearing from the Major General too, the chances of retaliation could come, using assets across the world as well. Just finally, you have Dominic Raab, Foreign Secretary, speaking to Mike Pompeo. Dominic Raab issuing a statement saying further conflict is in none of our interests. We urge all parties to de-escalate. Jeremy Corbyn, for his part, calls it an assassination. Qasem Soleimani says it's extremely dangerous. The UK government should urge restraint on part of both Iran and the US and stand up to the belligerent actions and rhetoric coming from the United States.
Well, look, this isn't the first time that Jeremy Corbyn has sided with people who want to kill us over people who fought alongside us. So, I'm not.
Do you think he's siding?
Sorry?
You think he's siding with them?
Well, he's taken money off Press TV, which is a branch of the Iranian government, for many years. So, I'm a little surprised. He's somebody whose foreign policy is entirely based on anybody who does harm seems to be his friend. So, I'm very glad the British people saw through him, and the result that they did only a few weeks ago. It's kind of extraordinary. No one's interested in his views anymore. But the real question is, what do we do to make sure that our partners in the region and the people who have been so brutally oppressed by the Iranian regime are able to rise from under the yoke that Soleimani put around their necks?
Well, the coming hours may give us an idea of it. Tom, thank you. Tom Tugendhat, Conservative MP for Tunbridge and Morling, former chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Yes, Jeremy Corbyn saying the UK government should urge restraint on part of both Iran and the US, stand up to the belligerent actions and rhetoric coming from the United States. There are plenty of people in this country, MPs on both sides actually, suggesting that the action done by the United States was good in the sense that a very, very malign actor in this man, Soleimani, has been killed, wiped out, no longer a threat. But the manner in which it was done has only served to make us less safe, and therefore is not justifiable, shouldn't have happened. 0345 6060 973. Love to speak to you this afternoon too, if you are from Iran, if you are Iranian yourself, what you make of the actions taken by the United States and what you expect the Iranian regime to do in response. Tom Swarbrick here for Sheila Fogarty on LBC. It's 1:17.
This is LBC. You're
Global Player,
Radio, playlists, and podcasts.
where it's all together and all for free.
Whatever your mood, whatever you're doing, and wherever you're going.
Global Player. Download it from your app store for free now.
You're listening to the sound of a Halifax customer who used to worry he wasn't saving enough, but is now saving the change on some popcorn at the cinema. Switch on Save the Change, and when you use your Halifax debit card, we'll round up to the nearest pound and put the difference into your chosen Halifax savings account.
It's BT's best ever January sale. Why? Because our Superfast Fibre price has never ever been lower. Because you're getting seriously powerful Wi-Fi, and because our Smart Hub has a rich Best Buy. Superfast Fibre is now $24.99 a month, $24 months with a $19.99 setup fee. Less than you'd expect from broadband this platform. Sale ends the 16th of January. That's broadband sorted. Search BT Broadband. CPI increase each March 2020. New customers is $29.99 per month and 24 months, $52.99 per month, 25 terms apply.
Martin here loves being his own boss, but staying on top of all the tax rules used to drive him up the stud wall. This 31st of January self-assessment deadline, however, Martin won't be hitting the roof. Just a few buttons. He's using QuickBooks Self-Employed to make sure his tax bill is all above board. It tracks income and expenses, so he always knows what he owes. You could say he smashed it.
Visit QuickBooks.co.uk for details. Intuit QuickBooks.
Driving in London can be tough. I know. I drive for a living. But there's good news. Ola, the global ride-hailing app, is starting operations in London this January. My friends in Birmingham say it's a company that cares for its drivers. I'm excited about the 0% commission offer they're running all through this January and February. Oh, and you also get payments next working day, straight to your account. I've already signed up at olaride.uk and I'm looking forward to earning more every day with Ola. When are you signing up?
This is LBC with Tom Swarbrick. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Afternoon to you, Tom Swarbrick in the Sheila Fogarty here on LBC, where we are, like the rest of the West, frankly, waiting and watching for the Iranian response to last night's drone strike on Qasem Soleimani, the second in command in Iran, the head of its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is a group that is a proscribed terrorist organisation by the United States, only relatively recently a proscribed terrorist organisation, and a man who Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says today was planning further attacks against the United States and its personnel in the region, and therefore that is the justification for taking this man out. As you heard, Jeremy Corbyn saying the act by the US was belligerent, that the UK government should urge restraint on part of both Iran and the US. And for plenty of people, this is absolutely an example of the United States acting in a way that is completely out of step with the law, frankly, and also proposing further regime change in the Middle East, which of course does not go well. The former ambassador John Bolton, who was Trump's National Security Advisor, tweeting congratulations to those involved in eliminating this man Soleimani. Long in the making, this was a decisive blow against Iran's malign Quds Force activities worldwide. He says, hope this is the first step to regime change in Tehran. I wonder whether that worries you. 0345 6060 973, and what therefore for the British forces, 1,500 or so in the region, who are this afternoon on heightened alert, because of the actions that taken by the United States. Whether it made us safer, I think actually is an open question. We'll be live to the Iranian embassy in a few moments' time. First, Afshin is in Golders Green this afternoon. Hi, Afshin.
Hi, yes, actually, it's a course suggested that he may have been smuggled out in a musical instrument case. I've been speaking to our Asia Pacific editor, Celia Hassan.
Well, sadly, that very colourful tale of Carlos Ghosn hiding inside an instrument case to escape his house, that doesn't seem to be true. That was actually a story that came from Carlos Ghosn's own associates. But now we're learning that a top Japanese broadcaster, NHK, is saying that security footage indicates that Carlos Ghosn simply left his house on his own in broad daylight around noon on the 29th of December. And then now we're also hearing that he seems to have managed to get to an airport in the Japanese city of Osaka, which is a 6-hour drive away from Tokyo, where he was under house arrest and left on a private jet. So, of course, there are questions. How did he get to Osaka? And also, which passport did he use in order to eventually make his way to Beirut? Now, the Lebanese authorities are saying that he entered Lebanon using a French passport. We know that he was allowed to carry around a French passport under his bail conditions. He was allowed to keep one of his French passports under lock and key, and his lawyers had the key. So how did he manage to get on the plane and also get the passport? We still don't know that.
This probably makes it even more embarrassing for the Japanese authorities.
Absolutely, and they've been very, very quiet about, they actually really haven't said anything yet about Mr. Gon's escape. And of course, fingers are being pointed all over the place. His Japanese lawyers came up very, very quickly and seemed genuinely surprised that he had managed to escape. But of course, they're going to have questions to answer about that missing key, how he managed to get his passport out. And now, of course, also in Turkey, we have the Turkish jet company, MNG. They filed a criminal complaint today to distance themselves from their own employers. Of course, the Turkish authorities yesterday detained 7 people in connection with the hiring of 2 private jets that were used, it seems, to fly Mr. Gon from Japan to Turkey. So 7 people detained, including 4 pilots.
Celia Hatton. Now, David is back with some other stories from our news desk.
At least 18 people have died and 33 more were injured after a bus's brakes failed and they collided with a car in the mountains in Myanmar. Poor road conditions are also blamed for the accident. The bus was carrying Myanmar workers to Thailand under an overseas job scheme between the 2 governments. The South African photojournalist who was kidnapped in Syria 3 years ago has returned home. Shiraz Mohammed was taken from a hospital run by the South African charity Gift of the Givers in the town of Darkoush, about 100 kilometers from Aleppo. He appeared in a video last year speaking in front of an armed man. Many foreign journalists have been kidnapped during the Syrian civil war, often by the Islamic State group. The Chinese health authorities say they're investigating the source of a mysterious viral pneumonia in the central city of Wuhan, which has so far infected 44 people. 11 of those cases are severe. Officials said they ruled out several sources of infection, including influenza, avian influenza, and common respiratory diseases. Wuhan police have punished 8 people for spreading online rumors about the virus, which some are speculating is linked to severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, which began in China and killed more than 700 people globally between 2002 and 2003.
Thank you, David. Back now to our top story, the killing of Iran's top military commander, General Qasem Soleimani, in a US airstrike ordered by President Trump. Our chief international correspondent, Elise Doucet, told us about the significance of the attack.
This seems to mark a very dangerous escalation. It comes after a year of both Iranian and American leaders, indeed leaders right across the region and beyond, insisting time and again they didn't want another war in the region. President Trump in particular emphasized that he came into power to end what he condemned as the endless wars in the region. And now he finds himself having taken a decision that presidents before him had actually stepped away from, knowing that there would be severe consequences. But he has gone ahead with this targeted assassination. He is now facing a growing war of words from Iran, with vows that there will be revenge, harsh retaliation, crushing response are some of the phrases coming out of Tehran today. But Iran will have to make a very, very careful calculation. I just got called by a prominent business person in Iran who said, I don't think there will be retaliation, because Iran knows that it will then unleash another tit for tat in Iran, with struggling with its economy, struggling under the huge weight of crippling U.S. sanctions, struggling with what has also been domestic unrest at home, cannot afford another war. But it also cannot afford not to respond The question is how and when and where they will retaliate in a place that will not unleash a cycle of violence which will send the region tumbling into a very dangerous war.
In terms of Qasem Soleimani himself, what will his legacy be?
He's left a huge legacy across the region. He has led the elite special forces of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards since the late 1990s. He was the architect of one of the principal architects of the war in Syria, which kept President Assad in power, the ongoing conflict in Iraq, which led to the creation of a whole series of Iran-backed militias. He was also behind the rise of Hezbollah in Lebanon. He really was the strategic mastermind for Iran's vast ambitions in the region. He did nothing less than reshape the Middle East. What he has left in his wake are hundreds of thousands of trained fighters for whom he is a cult figure. But of course, he was loved and loathed in equal measure. And for others, they will be glad to see the back of such a strategic force, who was the driving force behind the wars that kept many in power, that many across the region would have liked to have seen the ousting.
Our chief international correspondent, Elise Doucette, there with her thoughts on the main news today, the killing of Iran's most powerful military commander in an American airstrike in Baghdad. The US Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, has said that Washington wants de-escalation after the death of General Qasem Soleimani. You've been listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. I'm Jonathan Savage.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, where Zach Brophy is in Cameroon.
That's the sound of the hardest recorded punch on the planet. And it's made by Francis Ngannou, one of the most successful and feared fighters in mixed martial arts. A global star. As a young man, he travelled across the Sahara Desert and the Mediterranean Sea to find himself homeless.
The entire journey was a hell. You don't know where to sleep, then you have to keep going. Being homeless in Paris, that's one of the happiest moments in my life.
Now, we follow him back to the village in Cameroon, where he's inspiring the next generation to fight.
There wasn't a way to give up, to go back. What am I going to say when I go back? I couldn't leave, I gave up? No.
Cameroon's champion at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries.
3,000 years ago, a great queen set off on a perilous journey to meet a celebrated king. She was called the Queen of Sheba. He was King Solomon. Who was this queen? Where did she come from? Did she really exist? And why has she been taken up as a role model for the Me Too generation? I'm Sarah Sands, and I'm on a quest to find out for this edition of Heart and Soul to the BBC World Service, coming up after the news.
BBC News is in Washington. The US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said that Washington does not seek war with Iran, but would not stand by and see American lives put at risk. In the wake of the US airstrike that killed Iran's most powerful military leader, Qasem Soleimani, Mr. Pompeo said that Washington was committed to de-escalation after the killing of General Soleimani at Baghdad Airport.
I can't recognise from what you're humming. Was it the one that you just heard now?
Rallies in Tehran and denouncing what they call US crimes. In a tweet.
Yeah, of course I have. Yeah, of course I've got that. But I'm using my own drum beats, Simon. I'm being artistic. I'm using my own drum beats. I'm using my own patterns. I'm making original music, Simon. Trust me, it works.
That called on everyone concerned to act with restraint. Israel's Prime Minister.
What do you mean?
His country stands alongside the United States.
Yeah, but I don't want to make the same music as everyone else. I want to make my own music.
The authorities in eastern Australia are urging tens of thousands of people to evacuate to safety. The soaring temperatures and strong winds expected this weekend could cause existing fires to burn further up.
I don't know what you're going on about, Simon. I know I can get gigs with that music.
Two well-known actors.
You're complaining. I don't understand why you're complaining. You've got the best music in the world there.
Sergeant Farr and Cassandra Puri.
Of course you have.
Not now against the Chinese health authorities say they're investigating the source of the mysterious viral.
Look, Simon, why are you trying to boss me around, Simon?
Which has so far infected 44 people. Officials have ruled out.
So, why can't you just let me be creative and do what I do, and then you do what you do? I'll try to do the best I can for you. I'll try to do the best I can. So you're not listening to me, Simon. You're not listening to me. You never listen to me.
There's so much glamour, so much mystery of female authority in her.
I am listening. I'm trying. I haven't finished Gene yet anyway.
She's so successful. She's a woman that is bold, and she's a woman that's so self-assured. There's a promise of.
But I'm not doing the baseline today. I'm finished now for the day.
She's so mysterious and alluring, and
I'll do that tomorrow.
to people that women.
I'm doing Emperor Johnny all day.
Women to have respect.
I'm meditating. Does it matter? I subjugated Parliament. I subjugated Parliament.
About a woman who lived 3,000 years ago.
Oh, well, I subjugated Parliament by the pen.
Perilous journey to Jerusalem to discover the truth. She was called the Queen of Sheba. She travelled to meet with Solomon.
Go on, then make something. Go on.
She has won love, respect.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Fear and suspicion. But being a woman.
What do you mean? Oh, what? You mean email you the drum? Oh, I will email you some drum beats. I will. I know what you mean now. I know what you mean now. Will do. I thought you meant like trying to sing one of my drum beats, but what you mean is just email you some drum beats, yeah.
And even if she didn't, why does she still exercise so much?
I will, yeah, I will. I'll do that. I'll do that.
And why is she enjoying a particular resurgence amongst young women who see her as a role model for the Me Too generation?
I'll do it at 177, yeah. We're making music at 177, so I'm going to process them for you. At 177. I'm going to process them for you.
The jewelry is quite elaborate. We took
That's the speed that we're making the music at.
and just decided to pile
177, all right.
head to show and elaborate her wealth and show that her kingdom.
I might engineer some beats now. I might do it tomorrow. I'm not sure. I might do it today or tomorrow.
One country claims that is yet.
I know, but I'm not. I've done enough today. I'm a bit tired now. I've done a bit already.
She's showing me pictures.
I've done about an hour's worth, and that's enough for me.
Her makeup, headband, hair, and spectacular jewelry coming together.
I'll do that. I'll write that down. That's my next thing to do. That's my next job.
See how can I identify women through an identity of culture rather than a political way. And my mom was like, yeah, the Queen of Sheba, she's very interesting. And it sort of spiraled down to this discovery, this amazing queen that is never really heard of, but she's so mysterious and alluring. And she's in loads of books. She's in the Bible, she's in Torah, she's in the Quran, and I just sort of became amazed and infatuated by who she is.
And there's some historical evidence for her. There are some inscriptions on her.
Yeah, well, the remains of the throne in Babylon.
So this historical evidence for an ancient civilization, which was seen as a sort of paradise, does that make you feel sad to look at what it was like and how much that is under threat?
The thing is, after I discovered her, and I discovered a lot of what was going on, I just started to identify Yemen through her, because she just became this symbol and figure of empowerment and hope. And especially when you refer back to the wealth that her kingdom had, she had such a huge role in the trading routes, especially with the incense one. I hope that Yemen will return to thrive like how it thrived when it was under her rule, and to prosper once again.
The Queen of Sheba has commanded our attention for centuries. She's the stuff of folklore. She's celebrated by Beyonce. She's a stateswoman, a philosopher, a temptress, a belly dancer, a witch. She has hairy legs or an animal's foot. Soaps, stamps, hotels, restaurants, aeroplanes are named after her. She's claimed by at least 2 countries and by women everywhere. She's hip-hop royalty. Elsewhere, the notion of equality is sometimes used as a put-down.
There's this expression that we hear all the time when somebody's a bit too confident and a bit too self-assured, which is easy to see.
That's the playwright Jessica Hagan, and we'll be hearing more about her play Queens of Sheba later in the programme. Although for many people today, their knowledge of the Queen of Sheba is limited to that curious expression aimed at women getting above themselves, Jessica Hagan believes that there's much to be learned from this queen.
She's a great figure. She's a woman that is bold, and she's a woman that's so self-assured. She's a woman who loves and appreciates who she is, so much so that she can travel to Jerusalem, she can meet the King Solomon, and she can absolutely appreciate him in all his splendor, and also acknowledge the God that he serves. And I think that's just a great reflection of what a woman or anyone should be, somebody who's so content and so comfortable with themselves that they can appreciate and empower other people. And so, yeah, I absolutely don't mind being compared to the Queen of Sheba at all.
So who was the Queen of Sheba? The famous told in the Old Testament is that she was a queen of the south who travelled north to meet King Solomon, where she tested him with hard questions. In the Quran, she's a worshipping queen summoned by a hoopoe bird to travel to the court of Suleiman, where he converts her from paganism to belief in Allah. Both these tales became embroidered through the ages to include riddles, flying carpets, spirits, and goosefoot. But where was her kingdom? Some say Ethiopia, others Yemen. There's even a far-fetched theory that she came from Egypt. What we can agree on is that the kingdom of Sheba, or Saba, was fertile, wealthy, peaceful, and close to the Red Sea, and that it was at the centre of the frankincense feud. The Queen of Sheba is supposed to have arrived in Jerusalem with a great entourage, but nobody tells us how she got there. Did she cross the deserts of Arabia? Or did she, as I propose, sail up the Red Sea from the start of the spice route in Oman, through the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, past Ethiopia and Egypt, and up the Gulf of Aqaba to Eilat, to continue her journey by camel to Jerusalem? If she had travelled by sea, eventually the Queen would have had to disembark and continue her journey by land to arrive in Jerusalem. What happened when she arrived? You can see a vivid Christian depiction of the Queen of Sheba's encounter with King Solomon in Canterbury Cathedral in England, as the Dean, Dr. Robert Willis, explains.
We're in the North Choir aisle of the cathedral, and we're looking at some of our late 12th century Bible windows, particularly in panels. One of the great stories, which is very much there and fairly intact, is the story of the coming of the Magi. And in that, on the left-hand side, as you can see, is the arrival of the Queen of Sheba before the throne of King Solomon.
And in the picture, she looks very excited. She has her hands up. How would you describe her expression?
She's actually thrilled that she has arrived because she has heard of the fame of Solomon in her own kingdom. And in those days, Solomon was a really mighty, affluent king with all kinds of knowledge. And if we're to believe the books in the Old Testament, he knew the name of every plant, every animal, and his treasure chests were filled with vessels of gold and silver, there was ivory and everything, all sorts of things there. And she had heard of this, and she thought, I must go and see. So she has arrived with her retinue and then stood before Solomon to see whether what she'd heard was true.
She gets to Jerusalem, but then she leaves. So we don't know what happens after that, but it shows that Jerusalem wasn't necessarily the end. She left.
Well, what we do hear in the scriptures is that when she came, Solomon gave answers to all her questions. We don't know what questions the queen asked him, what was on her heart and all of that, but there was this sort of pouring out of questions. And then when she saw the magnificence of the scholarship and also the treasures, the artifacts, everything else, and the sheer power of his court, she was quite overcome.
Lord.
ties to the Queen of Sheba is Ethiopia. The service you can hear is taking place at St. Gabriel's Ethiopian Church in North London. According to Ethiopian legend, the Queen of Sheba returned from Jerusalem to her country with a son by Solomon. Her son's name was Menelik, and he founded the Ethiopian royal line. He also returned to Jerusalem to fetch something for his mother. It was the Ark of the Covenant, which he stole from his father's temple. The Ark is said to contain stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments. It is the word of God. As Menelik fled with this icon, the sun was said to dim over Jerusalem and rise over Axum in northern Ethiopia, where the Ark is said to reside in a chapel. There's no proof of this, but Ethiopian clergy are clear. They say, believe it or don't believe it, we have it. And Ethiopian churches have replicas of the Ark. Hidden behind crimson curtains is the replica of the Ark of the Covenant. The priest leading the service is Father Georges Dimso.
The Queen of Sheba, as a leader, we give her the highest respect. She gave glory to Ethiopia. She created diplomatic relationship with Israel, with other countries as well, and she was a very intelligent woman. And her son, called Menelik, is of our kingdom. Up to Haile Selassie, it is that kind of dynasty which was coming, about 225 kings.
I asked some members of the congregation what they thought about the Queen of Sheba.
She's a good role model for everyone because she know about King Solomon, so she went there all the way to Israel to see what he did, and she learned by staying there, and she ended up having a baby. So, Mars, you say she's a role model. She's a role model for you. What do you think you've learned from the Queen of Sheba? She's patient and knowledgeable because she don't stay in one place. She went to see the world.
In Ethiopia, there are still aeroplanes named after her in schools, and you see her name everywhere. Does she still mean something to you and your daughters now?
I believe it's for everybody. All Ethiopians mean something. People still celebrating.
The respect that the Queen of Sheba is accorded in Ethiopia may be partly explained by the way that she is portrayed in the Kabra Nagas, a 14th century account that tells the story of the Queen, her son Menelik, and his dynasty that ruled Ethiopia for centuries. Eyob Durillo is a scholar based at the British Library.
Kabra portrays the Queen not as a mythical figure, but someone who is very intelligent, governor, a leader.
And she's considered a historical figure.
A historical figure. She's not a mythical figure, because the story is one that tells her desire to learn more from King Solomon. And it's interesting that the way the Kabra portrays her, it talks a lot about the genealogy. It talks about the monarchy structure of the period. So she does an amazing journey, whether she traveled by foot or by ship, it's not yet established. But this journey is interesting in that it is a diplomatic journey. So the Book of Kings portrays this powerful woman, Queen of the South, meeting this king. At the time, I think Israel wasn't a superpower. The Egyptian, it was the Babylonian or the kingdom. But the Book of Kings portrays a powerful woman meeting this king. But this story
is him with such credentials too that she comes just nothing aside to witness and admire Solomon.
Yes, and also it portrays her as a powerful, wealthy ruler. So there is an equalness in that story that's been told. So she's not portrayed as this woman seeking help.
The Queen of Sheba is richly written into Judaic, Christian, Islamic, and Arabic storytelling, and many tales of folklore too. But while some versions of the story, like the one in the Kabra Nagas, put her on an equal footing with Solomon, others seem ill at ease with the idea of an equivalence in power between men and women. The author, Dame Marina Warner, has studied myths and fairy tales and has written much about figures such as the Queen of Sheba.
In her female wisdom, she has a kind of preternatural understanding of the mysteries of life that have been associated with women's knowledge. The knowledge of bodies is often associated with women. So the figure of the seer, which she is to some extent a wise woman, that means that you can understand death, birth. They were often considered to be doctors, midwives, because they laid out the dead, because they delivered babies. She's a kind of pivotal figure in that range of associations with what female knowledge would be.
And that's interesting because Solomon, of course, is one that was meant to have had the wisdom that she came in search of. And somehow she came with her own knowledge, he had his knowledge. There was a sort of philosophical exchange between them. But was it the same kind of wisdom?
I mean, sometimes in these polarities, opposition between male and female, the female is accorded the heterodox position. She's really the marginal figure. So the fact that the Queen of Sheba comes from the south already puts her at a distance from the center, which is where Solomon is, in his temple, which itself mirrors the perfection and harmony of divine creation. So he's the linchpin, and she is in orbit around him. And one of the differences between them is that he, of course, worships the true God. We don't know who she worships, but the stories are mostly about how she comes to understand that Solomon's God is the true God. So this is a story about inclusion and conversion of someone who is marked as an outsider to begin with. In the Quran, there are very enigmatic verses, very difficult to understand if you don't have the surrounding folklore. Solomon, as it were, sees her as a riddle to be understood. She's a mysterious figure, and he's been told by his messenger, that this queen from the south is coming, but there are rumors she's not fully human, that she's a jinnia, a female jinn. And how is he going to find this out? Well, he's a wise man, he knows how to test it. So the underlying story in the Quranic account of their meeting is that he conjures a stream in front of her, and it looks like water, but it's in fact mirror, it's glass. And she sees this, and she doesn't want to get her feet wet. So she lifts her skirts, and he's then able to see her nether parts. If she had been Virginia, he would have seen that her legs were either hairy or she had a hoof. And this idea that she's marked by her exclusion from the true faith, and she bears the mark of that on her body, that she's a disobedient Jinnia, runs right through the story, because when she acknowledges Solomon's wisdom, both in the Bible and in the Quran, she's actually admitting herself to the true faith. And so she becomes a figure of that acquiescence to the truth of whatever religion we're talking about.
Isn't this interesting? For Dame Marina, there is an attempt to undermine or humiliate the Queen of Sheba. In the Bible and in the Quran, she certainly yields. But in Ethiopia, she is categorically unequal. In Ethiopian depictions of the meeting between Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, she is not kneeling in front of him. And for the young women who are taking her up now as a champion, she represents pride and independence more than prejudice.
I am Beyonce, tell nobody, I am the
The Queen of Sheba may not have been real, but the power of her story continues to captivate new generations. She's an inspiration to modern musicians like Beyonce, as well as to young women the world over. They see in her a role model for female empowerment, the self-proclaiming value. In the Song of Solomon in the Old Testament, the figure said by some to be the Queen of Sheba cries, "I am black and beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem." Her visible splendor is not in doubt.
Verily, ain't no mountain high enough. Because black women, we just keep rising and rising and rising.
This play, called Queens of Sheba, has been performed in theatres across the UK. It was written by Jessica Hagan, who we heard from at the start of this BBC World Service programme.
We are queens.
I asked the cast, and first its director, Jessica Kalisa, what the play is about and what the Queen of Sheba means to them.
The show follows the journey of 4 Black women who are not queens, and they take us through their journey about what it means to be a Black woman living in today's society. And so it's loosely based around the event that happened at the District nightclub, where 4 Black women were turned away for being too dark, essentially. So we follow that journey and see what it means to be a Black woman today and what happens when we are faced with that sort of rejection. And the Nay, the Queens of Sheba. Yeah, so we think she was about 3,000 years old. And she made a journey to go and see Solomon. She was a queen, she was an equal, and she was clearly Black, although if you look at depictions of her over the centuries, not always so. Can you tell me about her influence over you? I like what is said about her, that she comes and she asks Solomon some hard questions. Now, everyone knows that Solomon was probably the wisest man in the Bible. So for the Queen of Sheba to come and challenge him meant that she was also quite wise. And I really like that. And Queens of Sheba shows us who we are, Black women at their best, but it does also ask those really challenging questions as well. Tosin, can you tell me about the sort of questions that you think your show raises and what all this means for you?
It's made me ask questions for myself, not only like the character I play, but it's made me ask how I see myself and if I'm happy with myself. I think that's due to the experiences I've had in life that's made me question, like, am I actually happy with who I am, Tosin, as a Black woman? And I feel like sometimes it makes me want to, like, not, I wouldn't say belittle myself, but not behave how Tosin would behave. Because I feel like it might come across a bit too strong or too intimidating. But it's who I am, and other people are allowed to express themselves, and it's like, why can't I?
I said of the Queen of Sheba when she arrived, she says, I'm Black and beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem. She comes with this great proclamation of confidence. Has that been an inspiration? Can I ask your name?
Isha.
Yeah. In what sense does that relate to you?
Well, self-acceptance, you know, I think for so long in this world, they've painted a picture of what beautiful is, and it's never been us, you know, how we look. So the idea of beauty, you have to redefine that. We were conditioned to think in a way from the images that we see in life and what they present to you through media and things like that. But I think you have to define what beautiful is for yourself. And I mean, if you can't look in the mirror and think that you're beautiful, then clearly there's something wrong. You have to dig deep and figure out where you can find that self-love for yourself, because it starts with yourself. It's inspiring to know that our ancestors and people that came before us set these levels of self-love and self-worth and self-value. And I feel that they tried to erase that from history, but it's there. If you search for it, you'll find it.
And there are great contradictions when you talk about Queen of Sheba in history, and now turning to the because one point about her is that she's seen as this role model in Ethiopia. She's a queen, she's known to be beautiful. And then through the centuries, it alters a bit when she comes to the Middle Ages, and suddenly there's a bit more about the goosefoot, and she's a little bit sort of demonized, and some people are fearful of her. And does that tell you something about women and for you today?
Yeah, I think you put it perfectly. What happened to our ancestors who were seen as beautiful, and then there are things and features about us that aren't beautiful. And that's what's been imprinted onto this generation. And I think there are important parts of the play where we show you who we are. And then we also make it very prominent that there are certain things that we've done or that are within our existence that we don't like, and that we're demonized for, still to this day and age, that we're shunned for, that we're not beautiful, the simple things of being ourselves. So yeah, I think it's still very prominent in this day and age, and Queens of Sheba, she is for all of us.
Yes.
For you, you said that she's relevant today. May I ask your name? Isha. So Isha, what do you take from the Queen of Sheba?
Just her challenge. I am allowed to speak of my own story and my own truth and be happy or sad, or I'm allowed to feel what I need to feel. And if that is resonant for you, then great. If not, then I'm allowed to leave it here. I'm allowed to exist here. And, you know, I don't have to just because everybody else is saying it.
Isha Asante, Tosin Alabi, the Colonel Party and Alicia cast of Queens of Sheba. Somehow, these women feel the Queen of Sheba beckons to them from an ancient civilization in which a woman could rule on her own terms. They're not alone in fears. There are countless versions of the Queen of Sheba's story, an endless debate about where she came from. Mustafa Khalid is a former diplomat in charge of cultural affairs at the Yemeni embassy in London. He is a strong supporter of the claim that the Queen came from Yemen. He sees her as the great peacemaker from a region which has been torn apart by conflict. More than this, he would like to see her back.
We hope for that. It may be the only way out of this conflict. I am a descendant of Queen Awa. We believe that we will not establish stability in Yemen until we have a female leader. This is because the tribes and the society of Yemen is submissive to women.
The Queen of Sheba went from pagan queen to a religious icon for all the Abrahamic faiths, to a muse for Renaissance artists, to a mystical figure connected to holy grails, to a contemporary role model for young women of the Me Too generation. Personally, I see her as a symbol of trade and travel. She went on a journey. That's at the heart of the story. It was geographical and metaphysical, a journey of discovery. We can interpret her in our own ways. She was there for all of us. Who do we think we are? The Queen of Sheba.
You're listening to the BBC World Service and the story of a fight for transgender rights.
The concept of gender in Japan is very strict.
Some would say Japan is out of step with other countries.
When I told the boss for a woman, but I want to work as a man, some of the companies told me to get out.
It all stems from wanting to preserve the traditional model of the family.
Trans in Japan, Tuesday at 13:30 and 23 GMT. And in an hour, Tech Temps with Rory Ketland-Jones.
We'll look ahead to the key technology trends you can expect to see in 2020, including developments in artificial intelligence. Plus, we'll discuss ideas for how to create a better internet in the coming year, and we'll preview the gigantic annual CES Tech event in Las Vegas.
News Hour is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to News Hour from the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Marshall. Iran's most powerful military leader, General Qasem Soleimani, is killed in an airstrike in Baghdad on the orders of President Trump. He's accused of the deaths of hundreds of Americans and of planning war.
Qasem Soleimani was probably the most effective special operator that anyone has seen this century and last century as well. Incredibly effective, incredibly capable.
We have reaction from Iran, where the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has threatened severe revenge.
Iranians consider this to be an act of war, and it's also an act of war against Iraq.
And a pro-American Iraqi MP tells us the killing could further destabilize his country and strengthen the Islamic State group. That's all after the news.
Hello, I'm Julie Kendall with BBC News. The US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has said America does not seek war with Iran after Washington launched an airstrike that killed Iran's most powerful military leader, Qasem Soleimani. Mr. Pompeo said the US would not stand by and see American lives put at risk. He said Washington was committed to de-escalation after the killing of General Soleimani at Baghdad Airport. Iran has threatened harsh revenge. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been chairing a National Security Council meeting. Tens of thousands of Iranians are holding rallies in Tehran and other cities denouncing what they call US crimes. At Friday prayers in Tehran, a senior hardline cleric, Ahmad Khatami, said Iran would take revenge for Qasem Soleimani's death.
The Americans, especially Trump, must know that Martyr Soleimani's blood will continue to pump and we will avenge him in such a way that will turn their day into a dark night.
Iraqi political and religious leaders have condemned the airstrike that killed General Soleimani as an act of aggression against Iraq. Iraqi Prime Minister Adel Abdul Mahdi said the attack could lead to war in the region and beyond. Iraq's top Shia cleric Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani echoed his words and called on everyone concerned to act with restraint. The airstrike also killed leading members of the mainly Shia militia alliance. In a tweet, President Trump has said Iran has never won a war, but has never lost a negotiation. BBC's chief international correspondent, Louise Doucette, considers some of the wider international implications of European and other powers of this American strike.
Nobody wants a war. Everyone realizes what's at stake here, and even more so after this, what is really being seen as a dramatic, sudden, and for many of America's allies, a surprising escalation. Many are asking now, was there any consultation with allies who also have their forces on the ground? We understand that the US Congress was not consulted. I think in the days to come, we will hear more about the decision-making process which led this commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump, to take a decision that presidents before him, including President Bush and President Obama, had stopped short of.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country stands alongside the United States in what he called its just struggle. Speaking after cutting short a visit abroad, Mr. Netanyahu said Qasem Soleimani was responsible for the deaths of innocent people and he had been planning further attacks. Russia said the killing would only serve to increase tensions. World news from the BBC. A court in the northern Indian state of Uttar Pradesh has granted bail to two well-known activists who were taken into custody during protests last month against a new citizenship law. Sadak Jafar and S.R. Darapuri are demonstrating in Lucknow against the new law, which critics say is anti-Muslim. The authorities in southeastern Australia are urging tens of thousands of people to move to safety as soaring temperatures and strong winds expected this weekend could cause existing fires to burn further out of control. Two Australian Navy ships are evacuating about 1,000 people from the coastal town of Malakuta, which is almost encircled by wildfires. The latter reports.
Dangerous conditions are forecast for tomorrow across much of southeastern Australia. Thousands of residents and holidaymakers have left popular tourist areas after the authorities said it wouldn't be safe to stay. In New South Wales, fire chiefs are warning there are multiple blazes that could become life-threatening as temperatures rise above 40 degrees and strong winds barrel in from Australia's hot interior.
The Chinese health authorities say they're investigating the source of the mysterious viral pneumonia in the central city of Wuhan, which has so far infected 44 people. They say 11 of those cases are severe. Officials have ruled out several sources of infection, including influenza, avian influenza, and common respiratory diseases. A South African photojournalist who was kidnapped in Syria 3 years ago has returned home. Shiraz Mohammed was taken from a hospital run by the South African charity Gift of the Givers in the town of Darkush, about 100 kilometers from Aleppo. He appeared in a video last year speaking in front of an armed man. Last month, Gift of the Givers said Mr. Mohammed had managed to escape from captivity. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to News Hour from the BBC World Service, coming to you live from London. I'm Julian Marshall. And we're devoting the programme today to the killing on the orders of President Trump of Iran's most powerful military leader, General Qasem Soleimani. He died in a US drone strike on his convoy at Baghdad in the early hours of this morning. This was how American and Iranian TV networks announced his death.
This is CBS News on the hour. I'm Bud Mitchell. U.S. airstrikes at the airport in Baghdad have killed Iran's top general, Qasem Soleimani.
Iranian state TV has also been showing images from around the country of large crowds gathering to protest against his killing. Zarif condemned the killing.
The US action is without a doubt of state-sponsored terrorism and a violation of Iraq's sovereignty. It's also the murder of people who have devoted all of their lives to fight oppression, terror, cruelty, and extremism.
Well, in the course of the programme, we'll be getting more reaction from Iran, which has threatened vengeance for the death of the general, who was leader of the elite Al-Quds Force, was believed to be the chief strategist behind Iran's military adventures and influence in Syria, Iraq, and elsewhere in the world. We'll also be hearing from the United States, where the Pentagon says General Soleimani was killed because he was developing plans to attack Americans in the region. This morning in the US, Mike Pompeo, the US Secretary of State, spoke to the US television network CNN and defended the killing.
The world's a much safer place today. So, and I can assure you that Americans in the region are much safer today after the demise of Qasem Soleimani. And, as for the protest that you described, there's no doubt the last vestiges of theocracy, the kleptocracy in Iran will continue to try and put down these uprisings from the people. They've jailed thousands, they've killed hundreds. It won't surprise me if they try to continue to do that. But know this, the Iranian people understand that America is a force for good in the region, and I'm convinced that the support that we have provided to the people in Iran and the support we will continue to provide for the people in Iraq will work to protect American interests and make lives better for those people as well.
One critic of President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, said of the killing, he's just tossed a stick of dynamite into a tinderbox. And certainly the international reaction has been generally a concern at a further escalation of the tensions between the United States and Iran. But first, let's find out more about the general himself, why he was so admired in Iran and reviled in the United States. Holly Douglas is an Iran expert at the Atlantic Council, and she also corrects the Iranist newsletter. She's on the line now. Firstly, how did the general rise to his position, the position he held at the time of his death, leader of the elite Al-Quds Force?
Well, Qasem Soleimani has an interesting history, and I arguably you could say this is a history that is found in a lot of the higher-ups in the Iranian military. And it started during the 8-year bloody war with Iraq during the 1980s. He was a soldier at the time, and what he witnessed and what he saw really formulated his worldview and arguably the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps foreign policy in the region. And over the years, he eventually climbed up the ladder and became what we now know as the Quds Force commander, which was part of an elite force that took part in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and across the region. He was a commander who trained militias. He would also help lead the fight against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. He played a role, according to the Pentagon, in over 600 deaths of U.S. soldiers in Iraq. He was, to some in the Arab world, arguably in general, he was seen as a war criminal for the atrocities committed under his guidance during the Syrian civil war. So he plays a lot of roles, but at the same time, there's a lot of happiness in the streets, certain streets in the Arab world, and there's also some sadness in Tehran. And he has a and he has a cult following, so it really depends on what side and how you view things and what has happened.
He's sometimes described as effectively the number 2 to Ayatollah Khamenei and potentially a successor. Is that really the case?
I wouldn't say he would be a successor of the supreme leader. He doesn't have the credentials. I think when they say he's second to the supreme leader, it means his importance that he actually overrides President Hassan Rouhani. And there's been talks, up until his death, that he could eventually maybe run one day as Iran's president because he's so charismatic. And he's relatively liked in Iran. Compared to a lot of figures these days, given that there's a lot of tensions between Iranian factions post Iran nuclear agreement withdrawal.
And his influence solely abroad, because President Trump has accused him in a recent tweet of actually being responsible for the deaths of protesters within Iran itself.
Yes, so this tweet we're referring to, the IRGC has definitely played a role in cracking down on Iranian protesters just in November and December. We've right now been hearing numbers anywhere from over 300 from Amnesty International to Reuters reporting 1,500 lives lost. But it was under the command of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that these incidents had happened.
Okay, look, many thanks for that. That was Holly Debris, an Iran expert at the Atlantic Council. Well, Iran has threatened revenge for the death of General Soleimani, severe revenge, in the words of Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, awaits the criminals who bloodied their foul hands with his blood. And thousands of people, as we've heard, have taken to the streets in cities around the country to protest of what they call this American crime. I've been speaking to Dr. Mohammed Syed Marandi in Tehran. He's an Iranian-American academic and political activist and former member of Iran's Revolutionary Guards.
Iranians consider this to be an act of war, and it's also an act of war against Iraq because a senior Iraqi war hero, the deputy head of the Popular Mobilization Forces, was also murdered by the Americans, Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes. So I think what the Americans have done is that they've outraged both Iran and Iraq. They showed complete disregard for Iraqi sovereignty and for the Iraqi government, and they united the Iraqi people. Americans shouldn't be misled by a few people celebrating in Baghdad. These are former supporters of Saddam Hussein and ISIS, and people working at American NGOs. And I think in the coming hours and days, Americans will see that they have outraged the Iraqi people and the Iranian people together.
How well known was General Soleimani within Iran itself?
He's a very well known figure because he is a war hero, and also people believe that he was central to the defeat of ISIS in Iraq, and that he also was key in pushing back ISIS and Al-Qaeda from the Syrian capital in Damascus. And the belief here is that if it wasn't for him, we would have had black flags raised over both Damascus and Baghdad.
I can understand why he is admired in Iran for promoting the country's influence in the region, but can you also see how others, and in particular the United States, might view him as a malign influence?
Not really. No, there's no legitimate reason for the Americans to have such a narrative. The Americans created Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. The Americans helped create the monster Saddam Hussein. They helped provide him with chemical weapons to use even against his own people. Then the Americans bombed the country. The Americans imposed sanctions, killing up to 1 million people. Then they invaded and destroyed the country by lying and saying that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. I don't think that if one is going to be level-headed and fair, that there's any comparison between Iranian actions and that of the United States.
Among some of the slogans of recent protests within Iran were criticisms of the money and resources directed to Iran's regional operations, while the domestic economy was in dire straits. And you have to acknowledge that the regional military and political strategy headed by General Soleimani was not universally praised within Iran.
Well, according to even Western polls, he is enormously popular in Iran. So I think that proves that this argument is not correct. Iranians recognize that if Iraq had fallen to ISIS, or if Syria had fallen to ISIS, we'd be fighting ISIS and Al-Qaeda within our borders today. And the Iranians recognize that it's U.S. policy in this region that has created this catastrophe, whether in Afghanistan, whether in Iraq, or in Syria.
So you deny that there are Iranians who are angry that Iran spends so much money on foreign military adventures rather than on the domestic economy?
Polls indicate that overwhelmingly, and these polls are consistent, that overwhelmingly Iranians support Iran's regional policy. That doesn't mean it's universal. There are over 80 million people in Iran. So if the American media wants to focus on the minority and show them as representative of the reality, then they are going to continue with their miscalculations and pay the price as a result.
I mean, the United States has made it clear that it's held General Soleimani responsible for recent attacks on US assets and people and the attacks on the US embassy in Baghdad. I mean, from their perspective, this was a preemptive attack. As they argue, he was planning further operations.
No, I don't think so. I don't think the Americans believe what they themselves say. The Americans lie all the time. They lied about invading Iraq. They murdered a senior Iranian commander who was entering Iraq through the Baghdad International Airport and who was accompanied by senior Iraqi military commander. This shows the United States to be a rogue state, a rogue regime. And I think that as a result of these actions of the regime, the Trump regime, the United States will ultimately be forced to withdraw from Iraq.
Why do you say that? Because Ayatollah Khamenei has threatened severe revenge. What form would you expect that to take?
Not only because he has said that there will be revenge for this atrocity and this act of war, but because Iraqi political parties, politicians, and military officials are saying the same thing. What will happen subsequent to the murder of these senior Iranian and Iraqi military officers? I don't know, but I'm absolutely certain that there will be a heavy price and the Americans will come to regret what they did.
That was Dr. Mohammed Syed Marandi, an Iranian-American academic and political analyst, former member of Iran's Revolutionary Guards. He was speaking to us from Tehran. You're listening to the BBC World Service. Coming up, the US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has said that Washington wants a de-escalation after killing Iran's most powerful military commander, General Qasem Soleimani, in an airstrike in Baghdad. Tehran has threatened harsh revenge, and the killing of General Soleimani has prompted angry protests in the Iranian capital, with crowds chanting anti-American slogans. We'll be asking how Iran might respond to General Soleimani's assassination. And one other headline this hour, evacuations are being stepped up in southeast Australia as the bushfire crisis intensifies. You're listening to the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Marshall, and this is NewsHour. Well, the killing of the Iranian General Qasem Soleimani has divided opinion in the US. It's roughly along party lines. A Republican senator, for instance, says he was responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Americans. But the Democratic Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, warned it risks provoking further dangerous escalation of violence. Let's speak to Philip Marder, former CIA and FBI.
There's a couple of angles I would look at. The first one, you see that the Americans told us to evacuate party line. The short-term risk is up. The Iranians are trying to do something, whether it's their themselves or through something. The question is the long-term question. If you look from that lens, you look at how we react to negotiations on the nuclear deal. I think we just gave the Iranian leadership an excuse to say the Americans aren't trustworthy and we won't negotiate. And furthermore, they're going to have the Chinese, the Russians, and some of the Europeans on the same page with them. So I'm not sure. I understand why people don't like the general, but I don't think this leaves the Americans better off either short term or long term.
The calculation, though, of the White House seems to be very different. We already have Mike Pompeo saying that Washington wants a de-escalation after this killing. He seems to think that it can all be dialed down.
I don't think that's possible. If you're looking at this from the Iranian optic, not only did the Americans just kill the most senior general in the special services of Iran, but they also killed someone who was a legend in Iran and now will become a mark. From the Iranian leadership perspective, I don't see how you can countenance that kind of assassination by the Americans and not do something about it. I understand why Secretary Pompeo is saying that. He's talking to an American audience and maybe to a European audience saying, we don't want this to go further. But we opened this can of worms, and the Iranians are now going to say, you gave us no option. You're the escalators. We aren't. The Iranians are going to respond. And I think people around the world, including some people in America, will say, well, they're responding because the Americans opened the door to a response. That seems pretty simple to me.
I mean, neither of us are privy to the intelligence which prompted the White House to take this decision. But the stated goal was to protect American lives, to prevent more Americans being killed.
That's true, but I think the intelligence in the next couple of years will become a red herring. Look, I spent 25 years in the intelligence business. I used to follow at the CIA, the Iranian intelligence service. I suspect the intelligence is quite good. That's misleading. Even if the intelligence is good, you don't have to take the option to escalate. You see the Americans in the past couple of weeks go after military facilities that included Iranian special forces in Iraq. You could continue those kinds of operations. What we just told the Iranians, though, is we're not going to keep this on a simmer. We're going to take it up to a boil. Just because the intelligence is good doesn't mean you have to escalate. And I think that question's going to get confused in the next day or two.
What you are saying basically is the United States now has to brace for retaliatory attacks, which could occur anywhere in the region.
That's correct, and that's going to leave American officials, including a pretty harsh White House, to say, well, now we need to have our own response, especially if the Iranians take this a step up and start going after potentially targets that aren't military targets, civilian targets. As you know, they've done that in past decades. So we started down an escalating path. I don't see the Americans at the stage for off-ramps for negotiations. If I were the Iranians, I'd say, you just gave us the explanation for why we can't trust you. This is going to get ugly before it gets better, and I don't know how it gets better in the short term when the Iranians respond. They're going to do something.
Mr. Mudd, many thanks. Philip Mudd, former CIA and FBI counter-terrorism official. Well, Iraq's Prime Minister Abdul Mahdi has called the drones which claimed the life of General Soleimani, as well as that of the Iraqi Shia militia leader Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, an act of aggression against Iraq and a breach of sovereignty which would lead to war in the country. Iraq's top Shia cleric, Ayatollah Ali Sistani, echoed his words, but called on everyone concerned to act with restraint. But there have also been some celebrations in Baghdad by anti-government protesters who resent Iran. A number of militias where General Soleimani oversaw. Sarakat Shamsuddin is an Iraqi member of parliament and leader of the opposition parliamentary bloc. He's also a member of the Iraqi-American Friendship Committee. So how does he view the attack?
The killing of Qasem Soleimani and few leaders also with him, the Popular Mobilization Forces or the Shia militia forces on the Iraqi soil by Americans unilaterally without coordination with the Iraqi government is a total violation of the Iraqi sovereignty and respect to the Iraqi constitution, and will have political and security consequences, negative consequences on the Iraqi situation. Iraq is so far down. It needs American attention and also peace with Iran.
Are you one of those, though, who believe that General Soleimani was a figurehead for Iran's interference in Iraq?
Let me give you a clear and frank answer about Qasem Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani is the leader of the Iranian security forces. His existence in Iraq without permission from the Iraqi government is really been a very troubling one, and it was not welcome. However, the United States, they have any differences with Iran or General Soleimani, they have to do it not on the Iraqi soil. But this was done to eliminate Iranian intervention or hegemony in Iran. I think it will do the right opposite.
I mean, you're a member of the Iraqi-American Friendship Committee. This strike, this killing of Mr. Soleimani must give you cause to think about the wisdom of such friendship.
At any cost, we don't want to lose Americans, but we want Americans to stop weakening Iraqi institutions. If they do this in favor of Iraq, facts, this is not a favor for Iraq. This is their war, there's conflict with Islamic Republic of Iran, but this is done on the Iraqi soil. Events like that should not just end a relation with the US, but it will endanger. It will endanger a relation with the United States.
In summary, would you expect the killing of General Soleimani to undermine or strengthen the influence of pro-Iranian Shia militias in Iraq?
This will weaken them in the short run, but in the long run, they will gain more popularity. You have Shia militias, they are for Iraq. They are for Iraq. They don't want to be any other country's proxy. These are the guys that we can deal with. But those who are acting as proxies, that's dangerous. But this attack will gain them more popularity and will make them a hero in the long run.
You're from the province of Sulaymaniyah, which was brutally affected by the rise and indeed fall of the Islamic State group. Are you worried a return to major conflict and instability inside Iraq could bolster Islamic State or other extremist groups?
Definitely it will bolster them and it will boost their morale. Before even the incident, we had major attacks continuously every day by ISIS in Diyala. Farmers were killed in Kirkuk, in Mosul, in other areas. That means ISIS is already there.
That's Iraqi Member of Parliament, Salkat Shamsuddin. You're listening to the BBC World Service. This is Newshour.
This is the BBC World Service, bringing you inspirational stories from around the world.
I love looking at the stories, listening to the stories and just getting my mind off of everyday troubles and worries.
I have never stopped listening.
From an Eritrean man who spent his life on the run to an FBI agent who looked into the souls of serial killers. An albino busker who went from the streets of Malawi to working with Madonna. And a Cuban socialite turned urban guerrilla fighting to bring down her government.
I just love this story. Like magic, they make me feel at home wherever I am. Sometimes I laugh, cry, get angry.
The stories that I've told are so compelling that you never want to stop listening.
We bring you stories of extraordinary people from all over the world, wherever you are.
I live in a rural part of Pennsylvania. Outlook is bringing the world a little closer every day.
Outlook, Monday to Thursday at 12 and 18 GMT.
Coming up on Newshour in the next 30 minutes, we'll hear how the killing of Iran's top military leader, General Qasem Soleimani, by the United States has unsettled global financial markets. We ask why the US chose to target a long-time enemy at this particular time, and amid international concerns, what form will Iran's vengeance
US military presence in Iraq and Syria. I think they've already achieved that in Iraq with the death of Soleimani. And I think once they're out of Iraq, they can much more easily turn on the US military in Syria. I think in that respect, they will have full support of Russia, for instance. So things are quite complex right now. And the idea that you take out one individual, that you've uprooted the entire foreign policy of a nation of 82 million is a little bit far-fetched, to say the least.
I mean, how will Iran bring about the US military withdrawal from Iraq if that is indeed their objective?
I think that's already occurring right now. You had the Prime Minister calling upon the Iraqi parliament to promptly review legal measures to what he called restores Iraq's dignity. The highest religious figure authority in Iraq, Sistani, has condemned the attack on Soleimani and Mohammadi Sadegh, who's an Iraqi national, saying that it's aggression against Iraq. Muqtada Sadr had said that his previous Mahdi army, which battled the US military, has been told to basically be prepared for war. I think you have the entire Iraqi military spectrum right now, and not military spectrum, sorry, political spectrum, basically saying that we want the US out of this country. And I think it's going to happen. And the question is it going to happen next week, next month, who knows? But it's going to happen in 2020. And I think if you zoom out and you see the grander scheme of things, if Iran wanted to retaliate, the best thing it would do so, it would achieve that aim, would be to go through the Iraqi political process.
Okay. Mohammed Ali Shabani, an expert in Iran and Iraq at the School of Oriental and African Studies here in London. Many thanks for joining us. You're listening to the BBC World Service.
Hello, I'm Anna Sinelli and I'm here to tell you about the exciting new podcast I'm hosting for the BBC World Service. It's called World Wise Web, and it brings together 12 teenagers from around the world.
I got to know more about computer science and entrepreneurship.
That would not be possible without technology.
Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Talk to the technology pioneers who've shaped our digital lives.
What inspired you to do this?
At the age of 12, I watched a movie called The Terminator. You don't have to know what you want to do, but just don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something.
How many GPS satellites are there?
We've launched over 60. There are currently 31 in full operation.
Everybody's like, wow, it feels like a pea in a pod kind of thing in your hand. And Steve would test it out on everyone.
You can hear me talking a bit more about it by searching for World Wise Web wherever you get your podcasts.
A reminder of our top story this hour: Iran's most powerful military commander, General Qasem Soleimani, has been killed in a US airstrike in Iraq. The US Special Representative for Iran, Brian Hook, says General Soleimani was responsible for hundreds of American deaths, and his country acted to prevent more.
The world is much safer with Qasem Soleimani taken off the battlefield. He is somebody who famously said that mankind's lost paradise is the battlefield. He glorified terrorists. He has the blood of around 1,000 Americans on his hands. In Iraq alone, he killed 608 Americans and injured thousands.
Also this hour, China is investigating the cause of a sudden outbreak of pneumonia in the city of Wuhan. And evacuations are being stepped up in southeast Australia as the bushfire crisis intensifies. Well, there's been a lot of reaction globally to the killing of General Qasem Soleimani. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was cut short to recent President for the killing.
Just as Israel has the right of self-defense, the United States has exactly the same right. Qasem Soleimani is responsible for the death of American citizens and many other innocent people. He was planning more such attacks. President Trump deserves all the credit for acting swiftly, forcefully, decisively. Israel stands with the United States in its just struggle for peace, security, and self-defense.
The international reaction has generally been of concern about the consequences. Russia says the killing would only serve to increase tensions. The Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman, Maria Zakharova.
There is no doubt that today we've seen a new reality, the annihilation of a government representative from a sovereign state, an official without recourse to any legal basis. This is a very important detail which brings the whole situation to a completely new level.
Неужели никто не продумал последствия?
Has no one thought of the consequences? Did no one realize that such actions will only consolidate those people who Washington sees as its enemies? That's why we said that these actions will only escalate the situation.
Well, France is also fearful that the strike marks an escalation in global tensions. France Affairs Minister Amélie de Montchalin said the government was meeting to discuss what would follow.
C'est la suite d'une escalade qui dure. It's the next step in an escalation which has been going on for months. What is happening is what we feared. Tensions between the United States and Iran are increasing. Our priority is to stabilize the region. We need to create the right conditions to stabilize the region. That means in the next few hours, at the highest levels of government, we're going to make contact with all the partners in the region because there are a lot of consequences for peace in the region.
Sur la paix dans la région. Let's speak now to our global affairs correspondent. These two said is a frequent visitor to Iran. She's currently in the Afghan capital, Kabul. And these just remind us of how significant a figure General Qasem Soleimani was.
You can't exaggerate his significance. He was an intelligence chief, a military commander, a foreign minister, wrapped all in one. And on top of that, a significant, powerful political personality inside Iran. His influence seen is second only to Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and a man who for many years was described as someone who worked in the shadows, has in recent years really achieved what could only be called the cult hero status among his fighters in Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He commanded the elite force. And two, and this is a concern for the future, among the hundreds of thousands of fighters and the proxy militias across the Middle East that he created and commanded and orchestrated in terms of Iran's covert and overt military operations in the region.
We've heard in the course of the program the conflicting views that the killing of General Soleimani will undermine the Al-Quds force and indeed Iran's influence elsewhere in the region, but also the view that he is easily replaceable and that the Al-Quds force will continue to be a potent force in the region.
Don't forget that Qasem Soleimani, his skills, his outlook, his hatred of the United States was shaped in the brutal Iran-Iraq war of the 1980s, but he wasn't the only one who fought and was injured and wounded in many ways in this conflict. Qasem Soleimani rose to the highest ranks in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, but so did many others, and his deputy has now taken over. Perhaps they may not acquire the kind of quiet charisma that Qasem Soleimani had that led many to speculate that possibly he could be a contender to be a president in Iran, to which of course he demurred and said, no, I'm just a simple soldier. But there are many, many more like Qasem Soleimani, not just Iranians, but Iraqis and Lebanese and Yemenis, many, many others who have followed in his footsteps and now very much will feel bent on revenge. Of course, we can't forget that he was for the United States and for those who suffered when he became crackdown in Syria, in Iraq, and in Lebanon. They see him as the face of evil, but his reach and his influence was beyond question.
Where does this leave, do you think, relations between the United States and Iran, and in particular the future of that international nuclear agreement? Mike Pompeo, the US Secretary of State, hoping that tensions can be de-escalated, but it would appear that certainly in the immediate future, the very opposite is going to happen.
It's hard to talk about a relationship, but any kind of possibility that Iran and the United States could return anytime soon to the negotiating table, what President Trump has always said he wanted to do, and which Brian Hook, which you had earlier on the program, has always said was their real ambition, has been absolutely shattered. For Iran, the first hostile act President Trump was to pull out of this landmark multilateral nuclear agreement in 2018. Then he followed up by piling on raft after raft of crippling economic sanctions. And now with this, what they have seen as a declaration of war, there's no going back. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has always said he never trusted the United States, the evil Satan. And he allowed the President Rouhani to proceed with these nuclear talks, but he always expressed skepticism, saying, I don't trust the United States, I don't think anything good will come of this. And he has been for many months now saying, I told you so. This will just confirm his view. This will go down in history as a seminal act in the relationship or the hostility, the animosity between the United States and Iran. This has huge consequences for European countries, for Russia, for China, who are the other signatories for the Iran nuclear deal, who have been trying to keep this deal alive. And behind all this is the fact that Iran was about to make another move to pull away from the agreement because the United States wasn't ready to ease sanctions. We live in a very dangerous and unpredictable world. It's very hard to say what President Trump will do next, but his latest act has certainly turned the chapter into a far more dangerous situation in the Middle East.
And very, very briefly, Lise, can we expect a flare-up of hostilities in Lebanon with Hezbollah, with the Houthis in Yemen?
Iran has so many ways and means to retaliate. It will choose a time and place where it can perhaps achieve a bit of surprise, but a killing blow to retaliate.
Lise, many thanks. That was our Global Affairs correspondent, Lise Doucette. And that's it from this edition of NewsHour. From me, Julian Marshall, and the rest of the team in London, goodbye.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and here's what's happening in the studio this week.
Join me, Glyn Tansley, as I go in the studio with the oldest choir in the world. I'm in Rome to meet the Sistine Chapel Choir and find out how they prepare for Christmas Mass, where they perform for the Pope himself, not to mention tens of millions of people around the world.
In the studio at bbcworldservice.com/in-the-studio. We're live on the floor of the BBC newsroom in an hour for BBC OS, with a vibrant account of the day's events with explanation and reaction from those involved. Next today, we're in the Tech Tent, on air, online, on smartphone and on smart speaker. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hi, I'm Rory Catherine-Jones, and on today's Tech Tent, we've two special guests to discuss the technologies to watch in 2020. Will there be greater moves to tackle the problems of mistrust, online propaganda, and hate speech and bring about a better internet? We'll hear how the race between the United States and China to develop artificial intelligence is playing out.
With the very robust Chinese strategy on AI, we imagined that the gap would be smaller.
And we'll preview the gigantic annual CES event in Las Vegas, where the gadgets you might soon be buying will be revealed. Plus, we ask the show's organizer why Ivanka Trump is set to deliver a keynote address. I'll be joined by BBC Online Tech Desk editor Leo Kellyan and my two special guests, Catherine from Dot Everyone and Tom Standage from The Economist. All of that after the news.
Hello, I'm Julie Campbell with the BBC News. President Trump has defended the killing of the top Iranian military leader Qasem Soleimani. On Twitter, Mr. Trump said General Soleimani was plotting to kill many more Americans and was directly and indirectly responsible for the deaths of millions of people. Our Washington correspondent Gary O'Donoghue has been monitoring Mr. Trump's Twitter feed.
He's talking about Iran having, at one point, never won a war, but seems to win every negotiation, a kind of reference to what he sees as sort of the soft approach the previous administration has taken to Iran. He's also talked about Soleimani himself. First words he said about him since the attack took place, saying that he was responsible for killing millions of people, including people inside Iran who have protested about the economic situation there. And it should have happened long ago, he said. So the justification starting to emerge directly from the president. We haven't heard from him in pictures and in sound yet, but I dare say that will happen in the coming hours.
Iran has threatened harsh revenge for the airstrike that killed General Soleimani in Baghdad. Tens of thousands of Iranians have been holding rallies. At Friday prayers in Tehran, a senior cleric, Ahmad Hatami, said the Revolutionary Guard will continue General Soleimani's work.
With God's grace, his fellow fighters will undoubtedly follow his path. And with God's grace, they will deprive Trump and his followers of a good night's sleep.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country stands alongside the United States in what he called its just struggle. Speaking after cutting short a visit abroad, Mr. Netanyahu said Qasem Soleimani was responsible for the deaths of innocent people and had been planning further attacks. Russia's foreign ministry criticized what it called the annihilation of a representative of a sovereign state without any legal basis. The Chinese health authorities say they are investigating the source of a mysterious viral pneumonia in the central city of Wuhan. More details from our Asia-Pacific editor, Celia Hatton.
The unidentified virus has infected 44 people so far, Chinese health officials say. That's up from 27 just 3 days ago. 11 of the cases are said to be severe, though authorities say the vital signs of those infected are stable. So far, officials have ruled out several illnesses behind the virus, including influenza, avian influenza, and common respiratory diseases. Wuhan police have punished 8 people for spreading online rumors about the sickness. That hasn't stopped speculation. The virus is linked to severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, which began in China in 2002 and killed more than 700 people globally.
World News from the BBC. The authorities in southeastern Australia are urging tens of thousands of people to move to safety, with concern that the soaring temperatures and strong winds forecast could cause wildfires to burn further out of control. In the state of Victoria, the Australian Navy has evacuated about 1,000 people trapped in the fire-ravaged resort of Malakuta. One local, Etienne Vanderlander, told the BBC residents have been in danger.
The house is up on the crest of the hill, got to full force, so we could see it from here. It was like freight trains going through the sky, enormous noise, terribly frightening. You could see the fire and the flames in the sky was red.
French police say they have shot dead a man who stabbed a number of people in a park near Paris. One of the stabbing victims is believed to be seriously injured. The attack happened in the town of Villetrève, south of Paris. The victims appear to have been randomly chosen. French prosecutors have opened an investigation into the controversial war camp
I try to do right in the judge's side. So why you bust and bite it? Alright, come to your dignity, come to your pride. Iniquity will come and say, obviously aside. My mind, step wide. Honorable come to me and not shame and pride. Now them, they say the bar collide. Honorable, now go for me to his side. Defend myself and me defend it to the max. Tell them so, we are not chatterbox. Take it to the street and then we show that Rastafari and no say it Nagama. Them one and them me I even catch. Don't know the whole of them face get smashed. To the people that them man in a the batch. So me say fight ups and you know it no right. To your dignity and to your pride. Honorable the youngness. And you don't know we have to maintain the consciousness. And come on, you're something with foolishness. And me I tell you, say who Jaja bless. Tell them, say no man can curse. Give thanks and praise and I'm able to be fast. While you bust and you know it no right. To juggle and time. Don't make him take all your mind. Honorable come true, come true. Tell them, say, come true. Why if you do what me know is due. Rastafari say wanna make you miss that of you. When me come to one of me idols true. I is great me a bird, what you gonna do? Rastafari they are them no have a clue. Okay, cause them a who. So me say what and you know it no right. And let us all unite. Rastamals, yeah, And the place, me say, catch a fire. Tell them a be Jaja inspire. And the message will have to get deliver. My fight with the rice and flour. Tell me who have the power. Make them feel like I say, them control the universe. What me say, who Jah bless me say, no man curse. So why post and we go ignorant? One for your dignity and pride. And a rebel be a son. And a rebel be a son. So me say, why you post and you know ignorant? And let us all unite. Try to do right, me say in a Jaja side. We get them dignity, we get them pride. So them come on your song, come into his side. And Jah, them can't beg no offense. And you don't know, say that I saw the things then. You kill yourself, there is no revenge. You know you are bad in the nation. Rastafari, there's a digital liberation. Yeah. I'm smart, sure you don't know a thing, but yeah, you know Rasta no limbo. Yeah, Rasta smart and sure, you know. Yeah, Rasta smart and the show. Yeah, you know. Yeah, Rasta smart show, Vibes Radio. Yeah, Rastafari, it's a Rasta. Yeah, never gonna stop. Yeah, Rasta show each and every day. Yeah, we gonna take it to the top. Oh yeah. Rasta Smalls on the show. Yeah, you know, Rasta Smalls on the show. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's how we turn it up every day on the Rasmal Show. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Rasmal Show. You know.
Just sing through the microphone. You got a chorus yet? That's all right. That's all right.
I designed them. I designed each and every it's actually a currency. Frank's worth monkeys worth I think it's worth £1. Most of the prices all other pictures yeah, but I can earn it like inside or like half a day or like cheap character, currency system, currency, cheap position, most expensive. Me, present time, it's done. What have you learned? How I've done it. Currency. I don't know how to do it. See how the knowledge. If you have great knowledge, you should earn more money. So you should earn like the side every hour. You're a mega. You're a mega. You earn 1 p an hour. 1 p an hour. That's 1 p an hour. You're a monkey. You're £1 an hour. Let's get down to the funky sound of the underground. Yeah, let's get down. Every day we should get down and boogie and play. Oh yeah, come on, everybody, rock tonight. Rock on the drum. My dad used to say, he always said that. But you use the computer to make 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 that. You use the computer to make that. But you use the computer to make that. You use the computer to make that. Everybody, oh, it's like you, real happy. We should feel happy every day. Happiness is the natural state felt without dysfunction inflicted on us by our nurture. Nurture is imperfect. Steps. Only one in 4 children have a good nurture. Recording, editing, arranging, all the rest, fixing. That's all it is. Just 5 steps. 5 steps in production. Yeah, recording is the most important thing. And performing. Practice each and every day. Yeah. Sorry, I just accidentally shut the thing down. Loading up.
What you have to do, relax, don't stress. Everybody's stressed out.
What's your artist name?
My artist name is
Scarface. Scarface, yeah?
Scarface, yes. Alright. Because I got many scars on my face as I used to go through the jungle. In our days, everybody wanna die. In our days, everybody wanna ride. We ain't got nothing to say, but nothing comes up when they motherfucking lose the lips. And if you ain't ready, you don't have to say shit. And if you are ready, you can say shit. Lyrical verse, lyrical this, lyrical that. John, you're too much, you're too much, you're too much. I must say John's too much. He's on this thing like he's a drummer. He should be on the bass. You should have your own studio with your own crowd, representing you, not saying much. One love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright, eh, feel alright, eh. Don't tell nobody about your fucking secrets. Cause once you do, it's not a fucking secret anymore, is it? You see, I trusted somebody, and it happened to be nobody. I thought sharing things might bring things out, but guess what? I was so wrong. I was so wrong, nigga. Realized till it was too late. Mother niggas. I'm not here trying to rap, cause I don't rap. I'm not here trying to get fame, cause I don't wanna be a fame. I is me, cause I know I is me. I came to this earth by myself. I came out of my mother's yard by myself, and I will leave this earth by myself. So the only thing I can do is show some respect to people. And the ones that don't show no respect, just move along. Hey yo, if you are spreading this chef on the earth, and you are sitting, you might get sent out. You might get sent out. Hey yo, nowadays to make it as a rapper or as a singer or as anything else, you have to be representing this chichiman thing. But guess what? We don't rep no chichiman thing. We don't rep no chichiman thing. Furthermore, we kill chichiman thing. Everyone's allowed to have their point of view. Freedom of motherfucking speech. My freedom of motherfucking speech. Listen to me and listen to me, hilele. Listen to me and listen to me clearly. If my son would happen to be a batty man, I'll rule him out and tell him to get a fuck out. This ain't no joke. This ain't no more. How the fuck you came to the earth? You think you came through a batty man thing? That shit don't exist. Even animals don't get that low. Even animals don't do that shit. So how the fuck you gonna do that shit when you have a brain and you have a heart and you motherfucking have a feeling? Come back to this.
There's a thin line between genius and insanity down on my feet. And they think what we're doing is mad.
We got a few jobs done. Let's sort out. Free traffic. Text me. Give me the email. This is a routine.